successful witch hunt against Donald Trump. Former acting Attorney General Matt Whitaker joins me on The Truth with Lisa Booth. And listen to The Truth with Lisa Booth every Monday and Thursday, but you can listen throughout the week on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, this morning at 10.
I've recovered hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. Chances are I can help you. It really is the only show of its kind.
It's the Troubleshooter on 630 K-House.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Available everywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Nashville police are being praised for their response to the mass shooting at a private school on Monday. ABC's Jim Ryan in Nashville says officers killed the suspect just a few minutes after the first shots were fired.
The precise motivation for the killing of 3 children and 3 adults might have died along with the shooter, except that
we have a manifesto, we have some writings that we're going over.
Nashville Police Chief John Drake says the writings suggest that the assault on a school that suspect Audrey Hale once attended was targeted, not random.
We have a map drawn out of how this was all going to take place.
Surveillance video released overnight shows a heavily armed Audrey Hale prowling the hallways of Covenant School in a tactical vest, camo pants, and a red ball cap. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Nashville.
The Gun Violence Archives recorded 130 mass shootings in which 4 or more people were either wounded or killed so far this year. Since 2023 began, 502 people have been wounded, 193 have been killed in such attacks. This is ABC News. New charges for the founder of failed cryptocurrency exchange FTX.
In 2021, Chinese authorities had frozen 2 of Sam Bankman-Fried's trading accounts on China's largest crypto exchanges. For months, federal prosecutors said Bankman-Fried tried everything to get them unfrozen before finally agreeing to pay a multi-million-dollar bribe. He allegedly sent $40 million in cryptocurrency to 1 or more Chinese government officials, at which point his trading accounts were unfrozen. Federal prosecutors have now charged Bankman-Fried with violating anti-bribery provisions of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, bringing the total number of criminal charges he faces to 13. Aaron Katursky, ABC News, New York.
It's day 6 of the trial in a lawsuit over a ski slope collision between a man and actress Gwyneth Paltrow. Terry Sanderson says she slammed into him, causing a brain injury. She says he is at fault. Federal safety regulators have opened an investigation into possible seatbelt problems with Teslas. There have been some complaints about front belts not properly connected at the factory. Brian Clark, ABC News.
The Dell Technologies semi-annual sale starts now with limited quantity deals on select performance PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Save on select Vostro laptops with built-in security features and select Latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. Save on select essential accessories plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
If you own a small business, you've probably been hearing a lot about the ERC, how it's worth up to $26,000 per employee, how easy it is. You know the spiel. So why am I still talking to you about it now? Because many of you still haven't filed a claim, but Innovation Refunds can help you close the book on this thing. They're backed by one of those big CPA firms the corporations use, so they can determine once and for all if your business qualifies. And it's free to find out. Go to innovationrefunds.com. That's innovationrefunds.com.
K-How News Time, 10:03.
Police say a teenage female was shot and killed by an officer after an armed robbery. A mail carrier was on his route when he was robbed at gunpoint Monday afternoon by 2 teenage females. John Romero with Lakewood Police.
Just a few minutes after that armed robbery, several of our agents approached and contacted one of the suspects at the Grease Monkey just behind me at Alameda and Owens. The suspect was armed and began firing at our agents.
Hello?
Several agents returned fire, hitting that suspect.
She was taken to the hospital.
Kachina. All right. Is it something I said? Hello?
03 Martino. Okay, yeah.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize they were out.
Did you want to talk to Tom to follow up?
Yeah. He lapsed.
Sorry, Tom.
Did you not get my earlier text this week?
Who, us?
Okay, so did you want me to put you down for tomorrow? That way you can see the doctor and then we can call you back and get a follow-up? I can call you back at 10 a.m. tomorrow for a follow-up. Yes. And that's Wednesday. Okay, perfect. All right, I will put you down, okay, Daryl? Thanks, and good luck at the doctor. Okay, no problem. Bye-bye.
Kelly might be back, Tom.
I'm back. What do you need?
Do you remember I sent you a letter about getting someone on about job openings at her business?
Yeah, I left a message for her. She never called me back yesterday, so I'm going to try to get her this morning.
If we have a break, or right now it looks like we might.
Well, we don't have anybody on yet, so now probably would be a good time.
Okay. All right. We're streaming, but we're not on the air yet.
Although I got a couple other calls to set up here. Try and set up. Okay, I don't know how I did this, but I accidentally locked line 1. Drop. Thank you. I don't know what I'm doing. Hi, is this Jody? Jody, hi, it's Kelly from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. I know that we had talked to you about the window...
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you any way we can, as we do each and every day. We solve problems, we answer questions, we take complaints. Listen, I've been doing this more than 40 years in Denver. So people have a problem, they call, and we try to chase it down, investigate it, and solve it. Many times consumers did something wrong, so we use that as an example of what not to do. If you can help yourself avoid problems, we like doing that. We also talk about issues of the day. And I know a big topic, and people, you know, they say, Tom, we love listening to the show. We love when you help people. We don't want to get into politics. And I try like hell not to get into politics itself, but into society issues. And sometimes they cross because, and I explained this to a guy one time, I don't talk about politics. I talk about issues, and then people turn them into politics. And but I will make this pledge, and I think you all know this. I will never shut you down on a conversation ever, nor will I espouse a certain viewpoint that you must follow. I don't think I'm all knowing and all right. I don't think any party is. I don't think any philosophy is. Here's what I believe, and listen carefully to what I'm saying. Divided, we stand. And I mean, it's okay to disagree. And what I don't understand is, when did disagreement become hate? Why has hate, this word hate, been used to describe everyone who disagrees? Hate. And it could be disagreement, or even more innocent, it could be a lack of understanding. And here's the other thing I think. Even if people want to be hateful, they should be allowed to be. We can ignore them. There's nothing worse than a jerk who's hateful, and you can tell on either side of the fence. Now, the reason I prefaced all of this, I want to ask you something and see how you respond. First, I want to tell you Jay Bretz is with us from Excel Roofing. along with his vice president in training, Henry, and they brought their buddy with them that I love more than them, and that's Charlie the Corgi. So we can talk to them in a minute here about roofing or any questions you have on that. But I want to ask a question, but I'm going to take Jody first because calls always get priority. Jody, what's going on with your window or windows?
So, Tom, back in 2019, in June of 2019, we purchased 6 windows from Wholesale Home Improvements.
Okay, now they've been around a while, right? Who did you deal with there?
Yeah, they were. At one time, they were on your referral list, and that's why we used them. We got some good feedback from them, and so we bought the 6, and then we purchased one more in March of 2020.
6 windows plus 1. Okay, so 7 windows.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so during COVID, the summer of 2021, we noticed that one of the big picture windows was starting to fog up, like the seal was broke.
Yeah.
And then we had 2 of our bathroom windows. They started getting a really terrible streak going across the glass.
You mean inside? It's inside.
Yeah, inside the glass.
They call it milking.
Yes.
Yeah. So what happened then?
So then we contacted Wholesale Home Improvements in that summer of 2020, and the gentleman who claimed he was the owner, the new owner, said that he could not take care of the warranty because he did not purchase the old, warranties from the previous customers.
Jody.
He's just going forward.
Jody, I'm going to tell you something. This is something we talk about constantly. And, there's 2 kinds of warranties. There's a manufacturer's warranty, which is only as good as the manufacturer. In other words, if somebody installs your window and it was manufactured by a major company, that warranty, if they say lifetime, issued by the manufacturer, would be the manufacturer's warranty. So if the manufacturer goes out of business, you have no warranty. If the people who installed the window went out of business or sold, the manufacturer would still honor it. Then there is the company's warranty, like K&H Home Improvements, for example, K&H Home Solutions, and in this case, Wholesale Home Improvements. And then we have other companies. We have tons of companies. If they offer a warranty, like Plumline Services offers on some of their stuff 10 years parts and labor warranty on their installations of furnace and air. That's only as good as Plumline. Now, I don't anticipate them going out of business, but that's what it is. But when they sell, and they have sold, when big private equity firms take over, they take over the obligations usually because they want to carry the name out. Like Plumline has the same owners, but some new owners too that came in and invested. They're honoring all their warranties. But there are some companies that sell, and there's nothing wrong with it, and they sell the name, the blue sky, the assets, and they in essence go out of business. So it might have been ABC Corp doing business as Wholesale Home Improvements. So ABC Corp may have sold to XYZ, and XYZ bought doing business as Wholesale Home Improvements. They may have bought a location, real estate, warehouse, inventory. I don't know the structure of the sale. But almost never, and I mean almost never, do they buy the obligations. And this is an unfortunate circumstance, not with Wholesale Home Improvements only, but with every company known to man. We have Excel Roofing here, okay? Jay Bretz is a great guy. If they give a warranty, if he ever sold the company, he could make a condition, hey, you better take over the warranty. But if the new owner doesn't want to, then Jay would have to make up his mind. Does he want to sell the company or not? Okay, this is just a fact of life. Now, if in fact the guy who ran Wholesale Home Improvements sold it to a new owner, when did it happen? You can verify all the facts, but you can't undo them. So what are the facts of this deal? And here's another thing, too. It's often stupid, if it's a minor problem, to deny the obligation. But it's almost critical that they do in major situations, and I'll tell you why. Because if they bought a company that had a bad way of doing business and they want to turn it around, they can't be bothered. I mean, I'm talking as an investor, not as a consumer advocate. They say to themselves, well, hell, they put out 1,000 installations. We can't go out and fix all those, or 500 or 100. So when did he say it was sold?
He did not. He just told me that he couldn't do anything and for me to contact the manufacturer, which was Plygem.
Well, hold on. Was it a manufacturer's warranty?
He's saying that it was. Yeah, there was nothing that they did. It was
all right. Then it and it would. If it was a broken seal, that would be a manufacturer's warranty, unless the company had them white labeled and wanted to offer their own warranty. So Wholesale Home Improvements was not wrong when they said, first, if he bought the company, he didn't buy the obligation. I mean, we could verify that, but they're almost always like that. But you got to make sure it really was sold. They're not just saying that. And second, a manufacturer is the one that usually warranties the product. So what is the name of the manufacturer?
It is Plygem.
Plygem, P-L-Y, gem as in a gemstone?
Yeah.
And is Plygem, did you contact them?
I did. I actually made a warranty claim in that summer of 2020.
Okay, what happened?
So summer 2021, I'm sorry. Yeah, 2021. And so I sent all the paperwork.
Yeah, just tell me what happened on that part. I just need to know the outcome.
Sure. So everything we thought was going to be set. I talked to the customer service for a long time. Finally, December of 2022, they said, we'll take care of it. Find us a place where we can ship the glass to, and they can install. We can't ship it directly to you. That's part of our warranty. So we found a local company, a glass company, that will receive the product and install it for us. And we'll pay whatever it is. We just want the window taken care of.
Right. And what does Plygem say about that?
So they were fine, and then all of a sudden it's gone just radio silence since December after we came across this, and nothing, and emails, voicemails, nothing.
Wait a minute, they just started ghosting you? I wonder if they went out of business.
I don't think so. I think they're still in business because I can leave voice messages. The customer service people will just not take it. They'll say their name and everything's the same person we've been working with, but it just goes right into voicemail. Okay,
we can have somebody call. I wonder if, are you sure Plygem's still around, though?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, Plygem, and it's Cornerstone Building Products is the manufacturer. And I sent all the emails and the way the windows looked and everything to your team there.
Plygem. Okay. I see it right here. Yep, Plygem's still around. Plygem.com. We take care of comfort of knowing Plygem windows, blah, 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 and we have a warranty. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Listen, I think we just got to light a fire, we call it.
Yeah.
Hey, Kachina, should we send this to Deputy... Is Deputy Dollar doing anything? Or
Deputy Dollar is here today.
Let's have Deputy Dollar with a warranty claim. He understands these issues pretty well. And Dollar, all we're doing is like saying to them, hey, you got a warranty issue here. Just take care of it. He has a local company. He's even willing to pay for the installation, all that stuff. I go along with that. So hold on, Jody. I'm going to mark this as being assigned to Deputy Dollar, and let's just see what we can get, maybe light a fire for you. So if you need any help, that's the way it works. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're very successful. And partly because we also have great clients that we send you to, like Dan McKenzie, who does estate law. And I urge you, don't go without a will, even a simple will, or maybe you need a trust. Sometimes you don't. Dan McKenzie has very creative ways to protect your assets and to give you truly good advice when it comes to estate planning. 833-CO-PLANS. And his website is coplans.co.
You probably already know that Rosetta Stone the best ways to learn a language.
No, I like that.
But did you also offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French. Try your hand at German. Learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit rosettastone.com today to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone. how language is learned.
All right. It's important that you look for investments that are secure. Joe Ciano from Become the Banker and also Pension for Life. He has two products that I love. And talk about how you can take people out of an up and down stock market and tell them how you can protect their investments.
Well, Tom, you're absolutely right. And I'm glad that you love the products because we do too. We actually have them in our life. And we had 2 seminars last week, as you know, and it was standing room only, basically.
Oh, I'm so happy it turned out.
Oh, they were fantastic. I mean, people are so hungry for information like this. You should have seen their face, Tom. People are afraid of the stock market. I mean, you can see the pain in their eyes when they get their statements. I mean, one person told me that he's looking at the statements of his account every single month, and he's sick of it because it keeps going down and down and down. And we were able to give them the answer, how they can move their money into safety with the guaranteed pension account.
And even if, by the way, I want to mention this, even if it's qualified money, they don't take a hit or a penalty or pay tax when they roll it over.
That is right. It's all tax-free and penalty-free. And get this, they're going to get a 15% bonus just to transfer their money. Tom, every single person that attended turned in a sheet saying that they wanted to meet with us immediately.
Good, because the stock market is screwing too many people. Over the long run, the big funds that know what they're doing, let them do it. But these people can't gamble with retirement money. Here's what I'd like to know. Where do you want people to contact you? Is it your phone number? I know you'll talk to them personally at 303-779-6600. Which website do you like better?
I would like them to go to becomethebanker.org. O-R-G. Becomethebanker.org.
Okay. Becomethebanker.org. And they can find out about both plans or 303-779-6600. The best hot water heaters, well, water heaters, hot water is redundant, right? The best water heater deals anywhere, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Man, I love this guy. He started this company and says, I just want to make a little on a lot of them. And he's doing that, $12.99. Listen to this, $12.99 for a 40-gallon tank, fully installed up to code, new supply line for water, new flex line for gas, tear out and haul away the old one, and it's all $12.99 for a 40-gallon. 50 gallons is just $13.99, and if you want to go bigger or you want to go with another one like a constant flow, he'll beat the prices of anyone. 303-668-6844, 303-668-6844, EuroPlumbingColorado.net.
I'm Martin Ho.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I just emailed you all that information.
Me?
No. Yes. No. No. That's how you start the conversation. No, I was talking to Tom. He asked if Kelly was saying that she emailed him. Oh. So if I wanted to talk, and I'm in program, or offline, whatever it is. So you press the offline button so you can hear Tom. Correct. And then just start talking. Don't I have to press the on button on the mic? You will find yourself in quite a lot of trouble. Well, I did that once. That's why I came in to ask you. Yeah. So just hit offline to hear. Yeah, that's normally what I do during the breaks because I can hear you guys. But I can talk? Oh, so I don't have to hit the mic or... All those
3 months
buttons
ago I did that.
Oh, sure. All those buttons, program, offline, audition, feed your headphones.
Oh,
It has
okay.
nothing to do with the microphone.
Okay.
Have you guys tried the AI?
So, Salmon's
Yeah.
program
What did you?
called the case I was working on. Would Tom hear that?
Mm-mm.
He wouldn't.
Yeah.
If he's
I used it
he's
to
on
write
the
some
air,
stuff.
once
right.
again, program, offline, audition only affects your headphones.
Hi, Patricia. My name is
Nothing
Kelly. I'm
but
calling
the
from
on
the
button
Tom
affects
Martino
the
Troubleshooter Show,
Okay.
and
I
I had
won't
left
touch
you a
that.
That's
message
all right.
yesterday as well. Tom
Yeah,
wanted
no.
me to
I
reach
think
out
that's
to
the
you to
easiest
get
way
you
to
on
explain
air
it.
because I know that you're looking for support.
The on button's the only thing that
And you are an HR professional.
Yeah, but I don't know how would they know if you wrote it or they
air
wrote it.
and,
Uh-oh, here we go.
Give a little bit
Coming
of
to you.
It's not really easy because
Where
it's
you
not.
get podcasts.
It's not
That's
the
Red
first one.
Pilled America.
One and only. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255, waterpros.net. Listen, get the best drinking water ever for under $1,000. You'll never do a better price than this, waterpros.net. PaulTheWaterman.com you can go to as well, PaulTheWaterman.com, 303-862-5554. Jay Bretz is with me from Excel Roofing. And what's new in the roofing world, Jay, to say the least, anything going on. No storms, no weather events. I know a lot of you guys are morbid and pray for that kind of stuff because you get business. And retail roofing is almost unheard of, meaning somebody calls and says, I'd like to do a roof, and they actually pay for it. We've almost come to believe that no one should pay for a roof. I'm serious. I've heard people say, if you're moving in, just let it go. There'll be a hailstorm. You'll get a new one. That's not always the case, by the way, but most of the time that's true, unless the insurance company is smart enough to do an inspection, and they can, upon a sale, make you replace that roof when you buy it, or they won't insure it, or they deduct previous damage. So, other than that, what's new in roofing? There's not many door knockers out there, probably not many scams, because the roofers that travel aren't here.
You said a lot right there, Tom. I mean, you
Okay.
summarized the whole situation very well. We haven't had a hailstorm for 3 years, so there's not a lot going on. We have seen a lot of activity over the last couple of years from people that have to do their roof in order to sell the house. So that's the retail sale that you talk about. And it's funny that we've been conditioned in the Denver area to think that the insurance is supposed to pay for the roof no matter what. And sometimes I talk to people and I say, well, there's no damage, there's no storm damage, but you need a new roof. You need to pay for a roof. And they say, no.
They don't like it.
The insurance is going to pay for it. And the analogy I tell people, I say, well, it's like if you had a 15-year-old TV and you called up your insurance company and said, you know what, I want a new TV. They would just laugh, of course.
Right. You don't get paid for something that wore out.
No, absolutely not. But that TV analogy, I take it a step further, and I tell people, if lightning hits your house and blows up your TV, and that does happen in the Denver area sometimes, then yes, the insurance company is obligated to pay for a new TV.
If you have replacement value, and most people do.
That's right. And if lightning hits the house, then we're going to be doing roof work as well.
To be honest with you, Jay, I don't know why insurance companies don't demand periodic inspections. If I had a guy insured for 20 years, 15 years, why not demand? In fact, I'd like to ask Compass Insurance Group if insurance companies ever demand that you buy a new roof.
They should. They should. And what we do...
I'd like to ask Compass. Okay, Kachina, let's get Compass on and ask him that question. It would be a
You
good.
should. And I don't know if we've ever done any pre-inspections for Compass, but I know there's other agents out there that'll call us up and say, hey, I've got a good customer. I've insured them for a long time. They just bought another house. Will you go out and take a look at this roof, Jay, and tell me what kind of condition it is and if it's insurable? And this is different from a roof certification,
Right.
which is mandatory.
Insurable, meaning there's not a lot of previous damage.
That's right. That's right. And we go out and we do that for people all the time.
303-713-8255. Again, I made a speech at the beginning of the show how I'm honest to God, not political, meaning I'm not pushing an agenda. I swear to you I'm not. I listen to any and all people. I waver based on issues. I want to preface all this because that's what I do. Not that you might care, but I think you've heard me not try to push anything. But there are societal things I talk about, and people always accuse me of being political. I'm not. But I want to ask a question, and again, it just begs the question, and I thought about this. I truly believe, like I said, I'm not pushing this, is what I believe. And I'd like to hear your thoughts, that schools, we've gotten to a time where schools need armed guards and possibly metal detectors. I mean, honest to God, that's what the airlines did. We didn't want to do that. Who wanted a TSA? No one. We needed it.
Tom, it's just radically changed the way we travel.
We needed it, though.
We did.
I mean, what else? I mean, I feel more secure on an airplane. If they didn't have TSA and people just walked on a plane, I don't know, man. I'd feel a little scared. I think it worked. Now, what about schools? I want to know from people who don't want armed guards. Now, you know, Tay Anderson was interviewed because there's a guy trying to recall the Denver School Board, saying they're not doing their job, and they put their ideology ahead of safety. And he wants them either to resign or to be recalled. And Tay Anderson said he voted to get resource officers out of schools because this is one of the few interviews where he sounded more sane than radical, in my opinion. He said, look, it's not that I don't want to keep kids safe or I'm against cops, but I don't want over-policing in schools against minorities. I think he was saying that the presence of police and armed police in schools were a detriment to minority students. I don't know if that's true or not because I didn't go to school and see it, okay? Were minority kids picked on? I mean, that's a question for you parents to answer, okay? And tell me, I don't know. But at least he said something. At least he didn't say, you know, defund the police and they all suck. He just said he didn't want it to be overly oppressive, technically. That's what he was, that's if you read between the lines. And Danny Foster, who's going for this recall or resignation of the school board, says we need armed guards at schools or armed police. And my question to you is, if you think armed police, that's one thing. But now, on the other hand, whenever you talk about any kind of gun control, people go nuts. And I'm not advocating anything. I'm asking a question. Is there somewhere between armed police, I think people kind of agree with that, maybe not, at schools. We didn't want armed people. Look, we didn't want the TSA, but we have it. Should we now make schools at least as safe as airlines? I mean, it would be a massive overhaul, but should we do that first? And then secondly, is there a place to control who buys or a ban on assault weapons? I'm asking a question, folks. I'm not saying we should, because what I hear is it's an abridgment of our rights. I'm asking a question. Is there any form of gun control that people could go with? I don't think a waiting period does anything. I don't think, in general, people say, well, criminals are always going to find guns. That's what they say to be opposed to it. And I agree, criminals will always find guns. But what's wrong with making it a little more difficult for them to find guns? Let's give an analogy of drugs. Criminals will always find drugs. Why are they illegal? To make it more difficult? I don't know. I'm asking a question. Is there any room for discussion on any kind of reasonable gun legislation or not? Or do you feel all gun legislation is useless? And I'd like to hear from people who always say there should be no control, you know, because criminals will always have guns. And I believe that. I believe it's stupid to say to criminals, like we always do every day, gun-free zone. Schools are gun-free zones. I mean, that person, that woman or man or whoever it was, honest to God, I'm confused. I don't know. I think it was he born biologically male and then was a transgender woman? If that's the case, this woman, this girl who walks in, this 28-year-old person, is unfettered, just blows the doors off and walks in. So is there a way to have cameras outside and see people approaching and not have strangers enter the school ever unless they walk through a certain door and register, and assume if they go through another door that they don't have good intent? Isn't it time we make our schools, unfortunately, we make our schools more secure? And then is there anything that would make sense with any laws regarding guns. And I'm asking a question because I don't know. So don't be writing to me and don't be telling me what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything except asking questions. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. By the way, 888heating.com for replacements of heating and air if you're looking for it. They are giving $1,100 off plus $1,200 in air quality equipment for whole house air quality. This is a company that's been on referral list for many, many years. 888heating.com, 303-770-2776.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Calming down throughout the Denver metro. Some slow spots still remain out there on the roads and freeways. I-25 southbound still showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard up on the northeast end of town. I-270 eastbound, we do have reports of an accident between Vasquez and I-70. However, delays are minimal up on the far northeast end of town. E-470 southbound, construction continues between 96th and Pena Boulevard. Fox 31 pinpoint weather warming up significantly from yesterday with highs in the lower 50s. Overnight low of 23 degrees tomorrow.
Okay, what do I have
with a high
today?
of
What do I
55.
have for this break?
Current temperature.
Did I not write
No,
retirement
just tell me,
planning?
bro.
Retirement planning. God, I love it.
Are saturated with wokeness? If you are, then you should try Red Pilled America. We tell good old-fashioned stories that align with middle America values. Listen to Red Pilled America anywhere you get podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
You know, this is an important message, and I want you to know that RP Center, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, is a sponsor of this show. But I actually use them. And I want you to know that. It's a real deal. And I urge you to talk to them about your retirement plan. See, a lot of people have elements of a retirement plan, but they don't have a plan itself. They have a 401k, they have a pension, they might have insurance, they might have other things. But RP Center helps put all the elements together to come up with a secure plan and to show you where you have redundancy or where you need help. And then they try to structure it so you have income for life as well. It's really wise to talk to people as you're approaching retirement, and I mean as early as 30. But you're never too late. 970-663-3211. These are people I know and trust, family owned and operated. 970-663-3211. Online, rpcenter.com.
You should know.
Hi, Thank you.
Thanks.
See, sometimes people click on Troubleshooter Network and not Troubleshooter Livestream.
Yep.
And then the Troubleshooter Network goes to like other stuff that's on there, so you could be watching stuff from like a month ago.
Well, I mean, even if it's not our fault, I don't blame them. Only because there's so many damn buttons to click.
Yeah, but I never understood why.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Troubleshooter Show. How can I help you?
Yeah, screen suck.
Hello?
You need
Hello?
me?
Huh?
No.
Troubleshooter Show? I don't know what that is. Sound like a guy who was literally like butt dialed me or something.
Ooh. Yes, but it wasn't my butt.
Weird. Everybody's talking about armed guard school.
But you can leave it.
Yep.
Tay needs to go. Tay is woke.
Woke. He's
beyond
yeah, that's
woke.
not woke.
He is
That's,
beyond.
That's just lining his own pocket, little shill rat bastard.
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. How can I help you? Yeah, sure. What's your name?
It was blue. It was a blue wire, and it was temperature controlled based on resistance.
Perfect. Okay, Mike, hang on for me, and he'll be with you as soon as he can, okay?
The other way around.
Hang on.
When it gets hot, it turns off. Right? No, he's slow. In what way? Well, yeah, but I didn't advertise it for a long time, but really? Because we never got complaints. But he was a showman. He was not. He wasn't a tradesman. He was mainly a salesperson. So check this out. He called me up one time. Did that piss him off?
Come.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Very quickly, Brian Burns, I want to ask you something about home insurance from Compass Insurance Group, home of the free insurance checkup, 303-996-9000. Brian, do insurance companies ever ask someone who's been insured for a while, when was the last time the roof was inspected, or do they just buy new roofs? I mean, when a storm comes, because we were talking about that people are reluctant to buy a roof, and they say, we'll just wait for a storm.
Yeah, no, in general, they have the right to go and inspect before renewal. They can actually send something out and inspect on a home.
But do they do it?
Just an exterior inspection, not very often. And so, for the most part, I've got customers who have some policies where their roof is 20 plus years old, asphalt shingle roof that's
and they
over
never
20 years
and they
old,
never ask them to replace it.
No, their rate continues to go up, unfortunately. But like even when they come up for renewal, we have the conversation with them. Is listen, you have replacement cost on your roof right now. No one else would give this to you. So even though your rate is higher, if that's important to you, if you want to make sure you have coverage there, stay put. For the most part, you're not going to see them non-renewed. Now, where I see it happen is, let's say there is some kind of storm and they have someone come out and look. They have the insurance company come out and look to file a claim. In other words, they don't find enough damage from the storm, but then they see the condition of the roof, and I'll see that an insurance company will non-renew it.
Now, what about, Brian, what about when you switch companies? Does a new company do it?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, almost all of them do some sort of, especially when the roof is old.
All right.
What Brian said is so important. What happens is people will get convinced to call their insurance companies because door knockers come around, and then the insurance company comes out and they say, no, this is not storm damage. However, you do have an old roof that needs to be replaced.
It triggers them. It triggers them. So that's important. Thank you very much, CompassInsuranceGroup.com. Let's go to Gene, who has a comment on what I was asking before. Is there any movement on gun laws that can help, or would it all be useless? And what about armed security at schools? Gene, go ahead.
Hey, Tom, how are you doing today?
Good, man. What's happening?
Hey, I think armed security in schools is a fantastic idea, and to put out the money to build doors that are secure. It looked like this person just shot through the glass and entered the school that way. But mainly my thing is every time that the politicians and our cooperative media want to go after guns, they label this all as gun violence. And I think that narrative needs to be changed.
But it is, Gene, gun violence. I'm not saying guns are the cause of it. And you're right. People concentrate more on the guns than they do on the people. And I wish that they would just have, how about this? How about automatic death penalty if guns are used in a crime? How about that?
Absolutely.
And somebody is injured or killed. How about that? Automatic death penalty. But then maybe that won't work because people kill themselves anyway. It's almost like these people want to die. So then we get to the mental health issue. But anyway, you think we ought to change the narrative. But, Gene, you know, it is gun violence. I mean, let's be honest about it. It is gun violence. I'm not saying guns caused it, but it is gun violence. If it was a little more difficult for this person to get a gun, I don't know, could it have changed things? That's what I'm asking.
Well, you know, that I don't know. When someone's out of mind like that and they want to cause so much harm, they'll switch to slow cookers, right? Improvised explosive devices. And, you know, if they can't get a gun, they'll hijack a fuel truck and drive it into a skyscraper.
We don't know that. But again, I'm not arguing with you, and I appreciate your comments. Kevin, you have a comment. Go ahead, Kevin. I want intelligent conversation without getting heated and without, for God's sakes, blaming each other. I just want, you know, oh, it's your fault you don't want guns in schools. You don't want guards. Oh, it's your fault you want to sell guns to everybody. And then we have people on, for example, next door saying every gun everywhere except for police and military should be illegal. And then you know right away if someone has a gun, they're an outlaw and you arrest them. I mean, you have so many extremes. Kevin, what do you think?
Hey, Tom, great show. Hey, yeah, you know, Rudy Giuliani did this back in like the 80s. There, you stop and frisk. I don't know why everybody's so freaking upset about that. I just went through this at the airport. They say, you know, I put all my stuff through the screen. They said they picked up something. He had to frisk me down. What's the big deal? Why don't they bring back stop and frisk? And also, when I used to grow up back east, you'd have cops walking around all day in groups of 3 or 4 on the streets. I went down to 16th Street Mall not too long ago. I never seen one cop that night walking around. They're more reactionary. You know, they have such a small force. They can't go out and proactively do anything. They're only reacting to crimes all the time. You know, back in the day back there, you were walking around, standing around. You'd have a cop in your face with a billy club in your chest telling you to move on.
Yeah, but you know, Kevin, here's the thing. Here's what I know. I hear people saying this right now. They're saying, yeah, but the only ones that'll be stopped and frisked are blacks and Hispanics, or you know, some kind of minority. That's what you hear, and that's what the answer is. That's what they're going to say. Now.
In a rough neighborhood, you're going to have more blacks that are causing crime. You got to go where the problems are. I mean, there's no sense going to Boulder and checking everybody if the crimes are in Denver and Aurora and Colfax. You know, it's not. You're not going to legislate yourself out of this. These people are just wasting time and killing people.
Kevin, thank you, Kevin. Mike, go ahead. Again, I'm not trying to push anything here. I'm just trying to ask a question. And this, I promise you, this is the only show where you can actually talk about it. And I'm not going to push you one way or another or call you an idiot for it. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I just wanted to say I think the approach of armed guards in school as a solution is probably not a good solution. I'm not saying there isn't a case for having armed guards in some schools.
Now, why do you think that would be not a good thing to know? If a shooter knew, wow, these schools are heavily guarded now, what would be wrong with that? Tell me, Mike.
But, well, I mean, on that front, that's fine. But so, I mean, that approach is hardening the targets, right? We'll have police here, and then what? We put them in the churches and the movie theaters and the grocery stores.
Wow.
I mean, there are. You know,
so,
I mean,
what is the answer,
so
or what kind of solutions would you see?
Well, you know, at the margin, I would love to see the assault weapon ban come back. When that was in place, we had a lot less of these.
Well, they do have statistics in Connecticut that are quite shocking. Since they banned a bunch of high magazines and assault weapons, there were stats you can't argue with on how much homicides have gone down. Now, again, I'm not saying it's directly a result, but nothing else changed in that state. Look up Connecticut for me and see if I'm quoting that right. Supposedly, their crime stats went way down after doing some bans, yet not abridging the basic rights of people having a concealed carry or a regular gun. Anyway, more coming up. I got to take this break. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
For the most part, a clear drive throughout the Denver Metro as we pop off that 10 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound back to highway speeds into and out of downtown. I-70 east and westbound flowing free from DIA to the Golden area and back again. To Golden, Colorado 93 southbound. We've got a crash at Colorado 58th with stop and go traffic back from Washington Avenue. About 12 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, highs in the low 50s this afternoon, mostly sunny skies. Overnight low of 23. Tomorrow a bit warmer with a high of 55 in the afternoon. Thursday high of 65. The current temperature in Denver is 35 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
You've probably read The Lorax and the Grinch, but do you know the story behind the stories? We'll have the story of both of them. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and I hope that you never really need him. But if you're injured in an accident, what I want you to do is actually know what your rights are. I want you to know what your insurance should be giving you or the other person's insurance. I want you to be fully informed. John Fuller is unlike most firms in that he talks personally to each and every intake client and then continues to talk to them with his personal cell phone with you get the number when he takes your case. The only firm that does this. I'm just going to tell you that straight up. Now, John Fuller wants this because he wants to have control over each case and communicate, and he will only grow to the extent that he can handle your case. So get the right information from the lead attorney and then continue to communicate. You will know the difference when you deal with John Fuller. I have sent friends and family John Fuller, 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. Hey, Sheridan Auto Tech does electrical issues. Now, I'm going to tell you something. On car repairs and maintenance, it's great to have a great shop like Sheridan Auto Tech on Colfax west of Wadsworth, but it's also great to have one that does electrical issues as well because not many places do true electrical problems. But he'll do anything. What you need to do is call him and get the right kind of person like Uncle Kevin and his team. Why? Because they care and they're honest, forthright, value, ethics, everything you want in an auto repair facility. 303-455-7242, 455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com. And the same can be said about window coverings. Look, my entire career has been based on trying to find the best people to do the best jobs. Made in the Shade does window coverings. You can Google them or find them at referralist.com. Made in the Shade. What do? They come and measure and then estimate for free all of the openings. Then they make suggestions based on their design consultant. And then they go ahead and install it once you buy it. And they're a family-owned and operated company. Everything done in-house, everything guaranteed in-house or from the manufacturer. Made in the Shade, a company I know and trust, company that we have referred to many. 720-458-6566. For all budgets, 720-458-6566.
Do you have three?
Gotcha. Well, let me hand you back over to that woman. It was probably Kelly that you spoke to yesterday. You got it. She just stepped out of the room. Give her a minute to get back in here, and I'll get her going again, okay?
And I think they should.
Hang on.
When I was in school, I don't know if you ladies would have thought that. You don't have number 2. Call Term Provider. 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. Here for school. What about it?
There's a old feller on one that you helped out yesterday, something about a phone problem, and he's got to give you his address or something.
What?
Good luck.
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you? Hi, Ernie.
I need to know what she means. Kachina, what did you mean am I moving my camera?
What did she do to who?
She asked me if I was moving my camera.
Oh.
So the guests could be shown. Okay, did you get the number? Or did you?
Maybe Jay doesn't want to be on camera because he's in a little legal trouble. Jay is lambing it.
Yes.
Jay
right.
on the run.
You should probably, texting him would probably be
Jay
easier.
on the run.
Okay, did you try calling the number that I gave you?
Be down for it, that's for damn sure.
I am.
I don't think so, Tom. I'm either on my bicycle or lifting weights or skiing or snowmobiling, working on an airplane. And
Okay, well, you can give that directly to Tom because he wanted you to call him. So he could help you with transportation, remember? With, trying to get somebody to come out and help you?
Son of a...
Okay,
Good morning, Troubleshooter
you have time to ask Henry
all right,
about system.
I'm not really sure what... So how come you don't want to try to call Tom?
You about
That's what he wanted you to do.
Man, I got to ask Doc this when he gets back. So here, Tom, on our phones, we dial 9 to get out, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if in a gynecologist office, you dial 8 to get out.
I don't get it at all.
Dial 8. An OBGYN's office. Dial 8 to get out.
You
Well, for the love of God.
K-How.
You're up.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. JR, what is your comment? Love to hear it on the current state of affairs. And again, if you have a consumer problem, question, or complaint, please call us, 303-713-TALK. I think this is an important issue, and we're not trying to espouse, push an agenda. I'm just asking people what's on their mind. JR.
Tom, great topic. You're the only one that'll tackle something like this. It's not going to stop, Tom. We know this. If it's not a school, it's a mall, it's a concert, it's a sporting event. We're in a different society than what.
So what do we do about it? Nothing?
Well, it's not that we can't do nothing, but it's a combination of things from better prosecution, more coverage of police officers out there. I don't have the answer. I'm just seeing it all over every state all the time. If it's not a school, it's someplace else. And
I think, JR, one of the problems is these people are not afraid. They want to die. So once somebody wants to die, what do you do about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just craziness in the society that we're living in.
I just wish there was a way we could figure out who should not have a gun.
Yeah, well, Second Amendment, we're not getting rid of that. That's going to be around. Everybody has a right. Could you imagine if people didn't have guns?
No, I'm talking about I'm not talking about abridging everyone's rights, but too bad we couldn't have some kind of test. I don't know, an evaluation. What would be wrong with an evaluation before you buy a gun? I mean, is there anything wrong with that? JR, I do appreciate your comments. I want to move on to Bill before the end of the hour. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, I met my wife when she graduated college in 1978 as a teacher, so I've been with her the whole time. The only solution is put a gun in the hands of the teachers. My wife's concealed carry permit. I've asked her, would she throw herself in front of the kids if someone came in to shoot up the place? She goes, you bet I would.
Well, I think armed guards would be just as good, or armed police or whatever. But, Bill, that's one solution. What about guns themselves? What do you think? Is there any movement anywhere on my God, just at least, I mean, we have restrictions on driving cars. We have restrictions on everything in life. I don't know.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I grew up in New York, and by the city.
We're out of time, Bill. I know you're not going to get out in time. I'm sorry, bro. I got to go. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up. Give us a call, 303-713-TALK.
I've tried a...
Of course, cars weren't mentioned in the Bill of Rights, but in the Constitution.
Well, so here's my big beef, all right? I hate the term assault weapon.
Except for that one gun that actually shoots salt.
Well, there's a whole bunch of, there's the Hero 2020 that, is more like a taser than... I think natural gun. I just don't like the phrase assault weapon.
Okay.
Because anything can be an assault weapon.
I could kill you with this emery board.
Exactly.
I'm just sick.
I mean, baseball bats, golf
No.
clubs.
These are a few of my favorite things.
So I mean,
not old
when
until it's like a day
they
old in
say
my book.
assault
What do you
weapon,
want?
it makes me nuts.
Go up there and.
Tom, I think we should give every man, woman, and child a gun. We'll have this figured out in a week.
He had it upstairs, but
yeah.
Every man, woman, and everybody gets a gun. Oh my God!
Everybody that can pull a trigger. It's like you know, at Yankee Stadium back in the day, they used to have Bat Day. And they'd give everybody a little, what was essentially a fish mallet on the way in, you know?
I remember
and
those.
These fights would break out, and once upon a time, the media relations guy with the Yankees said in a live interview, "Hey, listen, everybody gets a bat. It's a fair fight. We're not stopping bat night. Shut up." Freaking great.
That is so old school right there.
Oh, I love it.
remember in the 80s going to Dodger games and having those little bats that they...
And they got smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
Son of a... You drunks are ruining it for everybody. Damn it.
I'm going to go switch out the ad.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, what was the difference in some of the... There are even still a few communities in America where every kid in the parking lot has a rifle in the truck. You know?
I remember those days, and I'm a product of the Denver Public Schools, and I remember when people would drive around in the Denver metro area, they had gun racks in the back of their pickup truck, and they would have a gun hanging there. It was just, that's the way it was.
Talked about, at lunch, we'd go out in the field and get us a couple of pheasants or whatever was out there and head back to school. And it's, once again, it's part of that, well, everybody has a gun. You don't shoot at someone. They have a gun too, you idiot.
That's right.
And Tom always misses this. I love him desperately, but he's like, why don't we get along? Well, we spent, especially in the media, spent 2 years convincing everyone that the person next to them was a threat, that they had to wear a mask, get away from them, be inside. You can't be near anyone. That person could have that thing. They could kill you by being near you. And so it's like, you know, dehumanizing the enemy. It's like why we called in World War II everybody Japs and Krauts and all sorts of other horrible names, because you need to dehumanize the enemy before you can effectively go kill them. And it's what we've done over the last couple of years. That's why we can't stand anybody. That's why you get cut off on the highway. That's why there's no customer service.
Hey, there's customer service with Excel Roofing.
We know that.
Want to make that clear.
You don't pay a cent because, you know, Jay's the one that gets bent if there's some sort of trouble.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I don't know, the whole mask thing, I think there was a part of all of us that were searching some way to mitigate it and the fear and everything. But I agree with you. I think it should have been a personal choice if you want to wear a mask or not.
Well, it's so much cooler. When I say us, I mean the media mostly. It is so much cooler to put up a big red graphic with yellow lettering to say that something's wrong than to go, hey, you know, I mean, if you feel like it, that's not fun. That's no fun at all. What's fun is we have a new health alert.
Breaking news.
This just handed to me.
I went to Asia probably 4 or 5 years ago, and there was a certain percentage of, especially the women that wore masks, and the lady that was our tour guide asked me, do you know why people wear masks? And I thought I was real smart, and I said, yeah, it was that like 1919 pandemic thing, and all
and the
this.
sarin gas deal didn't help, but yeah.
And she said, yes, but there's another main reason that women wear the mask. And I said, well, what is it? She said, that way we don't have to put on makeup.
Yeah.
And I said,
well, and there's certainly still a percentage of the American population I wish would mask up on a daily basis.
There's some people, and you see them, and I see them at the grocery store or whatever, and they're wearing their mask. And, you know, I give them extra space. It's like, okay, that's fine with me. And I'll just walk way around you and and you can do your thing.
Oh, you're so sweet, Jay. I sometimes am a little bit of a jerk.
What, do you go over and cough on them without
Well,
covering
no,
your mouth?
not at all.
Excuse me.
You know how they've taken away bags at Walmart now, so now you get checked more often on the way out because it looks like you're stealing everything because you don't have anything in a bag, right? So I got stopped by a fella in a mask. I said, I can't see you. I don't trust you to look at my groceries. What? I said, you're all hidden in there. I said, Alan, what his name tag said, when are you going to give up on this thing? Are you just more comfortable that way because you have to deal with us icky people? What's going on? And his coworker next to him was like, he always thinks it's Halloween. Oh, Alan, he's all dressed up. Look at him like that. And so his coworker started picking on him worse than me. Like, oh, he just covering up that ugly face. Damn, Alan.
You disturbed him.
But yeah, I'll point it out because, hey, did you know you have something on your face?
Is that the Walmart out? Is that the Walmart out by Bowles in 470? Because there's a greeter out there.
That far.
There's a greeter out there, Alan, and he always wears a wig or something.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder. Yeah, it might have been a tall guy. Yeah.
Tall.
It might have been that one.
Gray curly hair.
Yeah.
Looks like a wig.
We know the same Alan. That's so funny. I had somebody at a McDonald's walk up to the window the other day and pull their mask up as they opened the window to talk to me. And I was like, really? Just because I didn't brush my teeth today? Really? You had it down in the McDonald's. The possible source of COVID, a McDonald's in Wuhan, and you pull your mask up now. Good.
Okay, man. Thank you. Sorry I didn't answer, but I was
not
sure who it was. That's smart that you texted.
I think.
Okay, I'll see you.
We're always going to have a certain percentage of people that just feel more comfortable with the masks.
Oh well, I will compensate by never wearing underwear again. How's that?
You know, when I get on a plane, I do take that little wipe and
yeah.
What the hell?
You do it on a plane?
Let's not encourage Shannon to talk about.
We got to go on the air soon here.
I think we should. Stand by.
To your bank. I think our government's learned how to capitalize on us.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom, and I'm here to help you solve your problems, answer your questions, take your complaints, make your life a little easier. Guess what? Under $2,000? No, $1,600 for a whole house water conditioning system. $1,600. You don't do better than that. It's a very special from waterpros.net or paulthewaterman.com. That's right, $1,600, a whole house system, 303-862-5554. Now, I am here with Jay Bretz from Excel Roofing, and we're talking about roofs, and we're talking about home improvements, and we're talking about anything you want to talk about today. We've had a few calls that are of note. First of all, when you buy windows, and we assign Deputy Dollar to this, when you buy windows from a company and the company sells, does the new company have to honor the warranty? No. That's the bottom line. No. No company has to honor any warranty from a company they buy unless they agree to. And most companies never do that. So what is the lifetime warranty? I don't care who it's from. Even Jay, my buddy here, Jay Bretz, Excel Roofing. If he gives you a lifetime warranty, it's the lifetime of Excel. Now, if he sells that company, it may or may not be taken over by the new owner. Now, I imagine with a family transfer, where when it's father to son, that's not a real sale. You still honor the tradition, right? Is that how you plan to do that, Jay? I mean, I'm asking straight up.
Yep, that is the plan. And just to backtrack a little bit, we give people a 5-year guarantee on the roof, and we actually guarantee the property. So no matter who owns it.
When you say 5-year guarantee, and just talk straight into that, you mean on the labor?
I'm talking, yes. If there's any kind of problem, if the roof leaks.
And that's because the reason I say that is because 5-year for labor is long, because the shingles themselves are backed by the factory.
They are. And that's one of those limited lifetime warranties.
Okay.
Like all warranties, you got to read them because there's a lot of fine print.
Now, do you know of any roofing companies that have gone out of business where they didn't honor the warranties?
Oh, yeah, every year. And when it's slow like this, there's more and more companies that have gone out of business.
Any notable names?
None that I want to mention,
right.
no.
So
for sure, they're going out of business. And like always, Tom, if the deal sounds too good to be true, well, it usually is. And there's a lot of roofing companies over the years that have said, we're going to give you a lifetime or 10-year warranty, something like that. Those are the guys that are gone.
Now, Plygem Windows was the manufacturer in this case, and we have Deputy Dollar contacting them because they have a lifetime warranty. They're still in business. Now, we also talked about this, and again, I'm going to shorten this preface, okay, because I know I have new people tuning in and out all the time. I want to shorten this very quickly. As you know, I talk about issues. I don't talk about politics. I don't blame people. I don't call people stupid for their political beliefs. Look, I ask questions. I'm not trying to push an agenda. This show is about finding solutions. So I'm kicking around ideas. And here's what I asked. With guns, okay, is any amount of control or legislation reasonable? I'm asking the most radical gun rights advocates, and I'm asking people who are against guns altogether. Is a ban truly practical? And I'm honest to God, on Nextdoor, there are people saying all guns in every circumstance, bar none, should be done away with. And I said, I happened to respond there, and I said, look, if we could do away with all guns and all weapons and all tanks and everything in the world, if truly we could, truly, and then change the hearts and minds of men, I'm all for it. I'm all for that. But come on. But is there something? For example, people say, it's an unabridged right. Is it? How about a ban on assault weapons? Or how about some kind of a competency check or probe? I don't know. Would you be offended if you had to get, I don't know, a certificate to buy a gun based on your competency? Or would you be afraid that the government would use that to keep the guns out of the hands of common people? Again, I'm shooting this around. I am not Tom Martino saying, ban all guns, ban assault guns. Or I'm not saying let everyone buy anything they want all the time. I'm asking you, I truly believe there are smart people in the world, and we can come up with something. Is the answer no control whatsoever? Now, one thing I do think, I do believe that we have to show force. And unfortunately, we had to do that with TSA. We had to protect our airplanes. And we have air marshals. Can we have the same with schools? But then someone said, Tom, where does it end? We'd have to do it with concert venues. We'd have to do it at shopping centers. Look, I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that what is happening now is not working. We can all agree on that. It's not working. We've had an average of one school shooting a month this year. Wally, what's your comment, Wally?
Well, you just compared this to a driver's license. A driver's license is not a constitutionally protected privilege, where our Second Amendment is. And
right, I didn't mean to do that. What I meant was there's controls on almost everything in life on how we use things. Go ahead, Wally.
Well, I think that we already have so many laws in place that aren't being enforced, and we're letting criminals go that are causing a lot of these problems and not putting them in jail underneath a lot of these liberal prosecutors and things. But this is a consequence of being in a free society. Do you want to live in England or in Australia where they've taken away all the guns? And the whole reason for the Second Amendment was to be able to protect us against the government. And
Wally, listen, Wally, I do believe that we need constitutional rights, and we need to protect ourselves from all, not just our government, but mostly from any kind of tyranny or invading governments. And I do believe that people have a right to be armed under circumstances, but I don't know if just an unabridged right with no checks and balances is the way to go. You say there are a lot of laws right now. Is there any law on the books right now that would have stopped yesterday's shooting or any school shooting?
Well, I don't know what the only thing I heard just a few minutes ago was that some of the guns were bought legally that she had. But I mean, look at the Parkland shooting. That was a complete
drop of the ball by both the FBI and the local sheriff because they had so many calls on this kid. They knew that he was a problem, and they didn't do anything
Wally,
about it. So
I'm with you on when it comes to mental health issues, crime, people making threats, we don't act enough. We don't. And I don't know how far we want to go, because then we'll have people yelling about that, that police are going too far.
But the other thing, Tom, is you hear every politician saying we got to have more background checks. We already have background checks. I don't know if you've tried to buy a gun on the Internet, but if you try to buy a gun on the Internet, you have to go through. So you purchase the gun, and then you have to find a receiving federally licensed firearm dealer where you want it to be shipped to. You have to. The gun is shipped there. You have to do a background check, and if you don't pass it, you own the gun, but you can't get it. I can't even ship a gun that I own to my son in Florida without it having to be sent to a licensed firearm dealer in Florida for him to receive it. And he has to go through a background check, even though, he owns multiple guns.
Hey, Wally, what I want to ask is, it's been so long since I purchased a gun, but the background check doesn't check for crazy, right? It doesn't check for your mental health.
Well, what it does check for is to know whether you've got any drug convictions, any alcohol issues. I think it also looks to see whether there's any outstanding restraining orders against you, things like that. They do ask you on the background check if you've ever had mental health issues and things. Those are questions that you have to answer. But we all know that people like Hunter Biden lied about his drug use, and of course they would prosecute me for lying on that if if it was found out. But what's for thee is not.
Again,
for me,
I don't want to. It's not us versus them or them versus us, and I don't even know if you and I are together. All I'm saying is this, Wally. I really don't want to turn it into one of those things. You're right, though. There are people who lie on applications and get away with it. There are some that don't. And selective enforcement and prosecutorial discretion has always been controversial as to who they prosecute and who they don't. Okay, I mean, we went through that with Black Lives Matter, where 200 federal buildings were stormed and damaged. Not necessarily the capital of the United States, but 200 federal buildings, and not one prosecution. Not one. Not one. Okay, so yes, there are, but we have to transcend above that right now. I'm talking about, is there anything that would be acceptable to both sides to at least, I mean, shouldn't it be just a little more difficult to get an assault rifle than it is? I mean, that woman apparently bought one unfettered. I mean, I don't know what questions you could have asked to stop it. I really don't, because I'm not in that world. I'm not that familiar with it. I'm simply asking questions. Anyway, 303-713-TALK. Of course, I want your problems, your questions, your complaints. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And by the way, I talked to Jay Bretz at Excel Roofing, and I said all the travelers are gone. Yeah, you know where they went now? Down to Mississippi. The federal government put out warnings on the scams going around down there. And guess what? They say it starts out with a knock on your door. They also say money up front to avoid, and they also say to check out the company that they just did not move in for the storm. In this case, they're going to have people who move in. There aren't enough local companies. But this is what happens with times of plenty when there's a lot of damage. There are going to be so many ripoffs down there. Anyway, whatever your problem, question, or complaint, give us a call. 303-713-TALK.
Hey, it's Dan Kaplis. Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Denver is transforming lives daily with their wide range of services. Catholic Charities provide shelter, food, clothing, and social service support to single women, veterans, families from Colorado, and beyond. Their work is possible thanks to donations from our community. During this season of Lent, please help need by visiting ccdenver.org. Catholic Charities, supporting neighbors, transforming lives.
Blah, blah, blah. So, the Art of Granite is really the place you go for countertops of all kinds. The name says the Art of Granite, but they do quartz and quartzite, marble. They do any kind of engineered stone, or they do man-made materials of any kind, and natural stone. TheArtOfGranite.com will also give you a price on the phone. He sells all counter materials at cost. Then he marks up only the fabrication and installation. That's what he charges for. But he tears out and hauls away free and does the bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. TheArtOfGranite.com. That's TheArtOfGranite.com. Get your price right now. 303-386-5919. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. The best water heater deals anywhere right now. Yeah, $12.99 will get you a brand new water tank. Fully installed water heater. Fully installed up to code. And new supply lines for the water, new flex line for the hose, and tear out of the old one and taken away. Think about that. You can hardly do it yourself for that. Now, if you want a 50-gallon, that's for a 40. If you want a 50, it's $13.99. Still the best deal. In fact, he'll give you the best deal no matter what water heater you want. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Check with him. You won't be sorry. 303-668-6844.
Tens of thousands.
Okay.
We had somebody mention off the air here that they just wanted maybe the types of weapons that were available when the Second Amendment was written.
Muskets.
I want a cannon.
Shannon, I don't know if we could trust you with a
Shannon
cannon.
with a cannon. That's better than Janie's got a gun. Damn. Janie's got a gun.
We should come back with that.
No.
Come on. Put a little effort into it.
No.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Shannon, where would you put your cannon?
She said, laughing gaily. That's what she said. I could tow it behind the van.
You could also mount it.
Oh.
You think iHeart's going to let you bring that cannon to the parking lot there?
They'd be shocked to know what I already have.
What are you eating?
Olives.
Okay.
You're eating olives?
Olives.
Straight out of the can, man.
I drink the juice.
I do that with pickle juice.
It's the original
supposed
Gatorade.
To be good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. How can I help you? Ooh, you're breaking up quite a bit. I can't really hear you. You're breaking up quite a bit. That's better. Yes. Oop, I'm losing you. I'm losing you again. You must be in a bad cell area. Are you driving? Well, I think I got the gist of what you were saying. I can go ahead and pass that along to Tom. Okay, I really can't hear you. You're dropping in and out now. It's just static. But I believe, like I said, I know the gist of what you're trying to say, so I'll pass that on. Okay, thanks. Wow, that was rough. That would not have been a good on-air call.
Why?
Oh, his cell phone was just dropping all over the place and very staticky. I don't think I think he mentioned that he was driving through the mountains. So.
Uh-oh. Holy crap.
Radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com will do free market valuations of your home. That means if you're wondering what it's going to sell for, free of charge, he'll come by and do it. It'll be based on measurements, photos, the neighborhood, the house. It's serious, so if you're not serious, don't do it. Now, there is no obligation to ever list, but if you want to know truly what your house is worth and what it'll get on the market, Frank Duran knows from his 30 years of experience. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. That's free and available to everyone. Now, Kay, you have a comment on guns, and again, I am not advocating for anything except discussion. That's what I'm advocating for. And I'm also wondering out loud, is there something wrong? There are other countries that don't have this problem. Are they as free as us? Probably not. I mean, is there something we can do? I mean, everyone cites mental health. A lot of people cite that more guns would make it safer, you know, in schools or with knowing that the schools are armed. I think having armed guards in schools has become an evil necessity, not evil, excuse me, necessary necessity for us. Go ahead, Kay.
Hi. I have a little experience with school shootings. I had two sons that were at Columbine 20 years ago and went through that whole thing. And now I have two grandchildren who are in elementary school. And I think that this is not a political issue. I don't think that that Democrats and Republicans should be fighting themselves on this. I think that what we all want is that for our kids to be able to go to school and be safe there. And so in my opinion, we need to first figure out how to make the schools safer, the safest they can possibly be, and whether that involves having police in the school, doing some greater type of locking of doors and windows. I don't know what, but I think that just keeping the schools safer in general and then having stronger penalties for any gun violation. You know, whether that means locking them up for life or whatever. I think we have to look at those things because I don't think that guns are going to be taken away. I think that they're easily accessible on the street and you can get a gun pretty easily. Do I think that they should be banned? The high-powered, machine-type guns that have absolutely no use? Yes, I do. But I think it starts with us. We all want our children to be safe in school. Whether you're Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter. We need to figure out how to get the kids safely to and from school.
You know, unfortunately, schools have to be limited access. It can't be like it is right now. I'm astounded even now. Like, you can come and go in a school anytime, any door, anywhere, most schools, and you don't know what nut's going to come through the door. I even hate to say this, but thank you, Kay. I appreciate your call. I even hate to say this, but there are many places like that. I wonder if we lose access now because of that. I wonder if things are going to get weird. I don't know. It's just too bad. What can you do? Why do people get it in their head they want to kill people? Is there a way to ferret them out? Is there a way to... Everyone says we need more mental health help. And by the way, that's true in general. We do. Because I swear to God, you get a medical plan, and they always limit mental health. Always. Always. There's a limit. I've known people who have sons and daughters, teenagers, in trouble. They need to get a facility, and insurance doesn't cover it. Oh, they'll cover appendicitis, but they won't cover a mental illness. And that has to stop. Steve, what's your comment? Steve?
Tom, I wish there was a way. Yes. I wish there was a way you could wave a magic wand and, have all these things go away. But that's not going to happen. And there are some people that, buy a firearm they slip through the cracks, and it's not foolproof, but they slip through the cracks. Most law-abiding citizens, when they get there to, they buy the firearm, they go through a background check, and even when you do a concealed carry, that's even worse. And I do have a concealed carry, and I will say I feel a lot safer.
Well, concealed carries don't bother me because very few acts of violence have been committed by people with concealed carry. No matter what these now that is a fact. That is a fact. But there are sites that cite, and I'd love to ask Leland Conway, because he is such an advocate of concealed carry, and he says, no violence is committed by concealed carry. But this one statistic says that where there are concealed carries, violence goes up. I'm trying to look at the actual statistic. They say it's gone up when people carry guns. So anyway, listen. Bottom line, here, states with weak concealed carry permit requirements have higher rates of violent crime. But they're not saying that it's committed by those who carry those guns. Loosening restrictions on carrying concealed weapons in public increases violent crime by 13%. I don't understand where they're getting this from. And this comes from some .org organization against gun violence. But they're citing some studies that said where there are concealed carries, there's more violence. Again, I'd love Leland to tackle this. I'll give him this website. But here's the deal.
You want me to get him on?
Yeah, I would like you to get him on because, listen, I'm not. He can, all he wants, Dan. You do what you want. I'm not advocating for anything right now. I am exploring. I think you talk to people, and that's where it starts, without calling them idiots and without saying they're wrong and without saying, oh, you must be some libtard or you must be some woke person or you must be some conservative, Bible-toting, gun-grabbing person. Why do we have to do that? Brenda, quickly, what is your comment? Go ahead, Brenda.
There are already school districts in Colorado that have lockdowns on the schools. The one out in Bennett, you have to be on camera and buzzed in to get into the school at all.
Good.
They have a sign up that says that teachers do carry, and they also. What was the last thing I wanted to say?
Wait, so they have to be buzzed into the school. Is there a metal detector at that entrance?
No, there isn't, but it goes right into the office area, and they have to be buzzed in, and they do have teachers that are carrying weapons in the school. So there's a sign out in the parking lot that says that, weapons are carried on the school grounds. And basically, I think that deters people from going into those schools because they know when they're going in that they have a chance that they're going to encounter somebody who's armed. And I would say, for me, if it was me, I wouldn't go to a place I knew that there were people armed. I would go to one that I knew wasn't. So
You mean if you were looking to hurt people? That's right. I've often wondered that. Why do they brag? There's actually signs outside saying this is a gun-free zone. I mean, think about that. Would you put that up on your yard? This home is a gun-free house. I mean, you're inviting people to take advantage of you. I'm not for every American being armed and dangerous, but that's what I'm asking. Is there something in between? Brenda, I like the idea, though, of limited access. We have more coming up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth.
Yep, Art again.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Truth with Lisa Booth podcast.
We're back to calm driving throughout the Denver Metro for the 11 o'clock hour. No major events out there to report. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. I-70 east and westbound. It's easy driving from the foothills to DIA and back again. Leaving DIA, Pena Boulevard southbound, we are seeing some slow traffic between 56 and I-70. South from there, I-225 north and southbound. It's easy driving through Aurora. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today. Highs in the lower 50s this afternoon, overnight low of 23 degrees. Tomorrow, warm again with a high of 55. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 65. Current temperature in Denver is 41 degrees with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
The Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg is pursuing a political witch hunt against Donald Trump. Former acting Attorney General Matt Whitaker joins me on The Truth with Lisa Booth. And listen to The Truth with Lisa Booth every Monday and Thursday, but you can listen throughout the week on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney, and, you know, it's unfortunate, but in this world, things don't always go perfectly. Now, if you are confronted with a DUI, you either made a stupid mistake, you were falsely accused, or some hazy thing in between, you can always try to avoid that. There are people in neighborhoods that start yelling at each other. One accuses the other of assault, and, you know, just yelling at someone can be assault, it can be harassment. Whatever, listen, here's what I want to tell you. When life is not perfect and you need a criminal defense attorney, I'm happy to be able to recommend Joseph A. Lazzara, Lazzara, on referralist.com. Flat rate pricing and free initial consultations. Always 303-429-6200. 429-6200. I'm happy to recommend someone you can call right now and get a price on your countertop. Take some measurements, and you're thinking, I want to put in this counter, I want to do this, I want to do that. Talk it over with Mitch at theartofgranite.com. Whether it's granite or quartz or marble or any man-made or engineered stone, no matter what the surface is, they can do it. And they will sell it to you at wholesale. They'll charge for the fabrication and installation, but they tear out and haul away free, and they do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. The best thing is you get a price on the phone. Theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. Get your price, 386-5919.
You probably already know that.
We're just going to
Type
let...
something in.
So look, I wrote this in ChatGPT.
Hey, Tom, Leland says he's in a meeting. He's going to try to call in a few.
I wrote a paragraph about XL roofing. So all I have to do is you just highlight the AI written paragraph, copy it into ChatGPT 0, and then you paste it.
Did he hear me?
No. Submit it, and
He's
it tells
there.
you your text is likely to be entirely written by AI. The nature of AI generated.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Martino Troubleshooter Show. How can I help you?
My proximity score is horrible, so it knows that it was written by AI from all these different data points.
Sure. What's your name?
I wonder if teachers are going to use that.
Oh, they do. But there's already a workaround to it. They can like rewrite the whole
All right.
thing.
Hang
So
on
it's-
for me, and
like,
he will be with you as soon as
you
he
train
can, okay?
ChatGPT to write like you do.
Okay.
So you can't detect it.
I don't use ChatGPT.
Hey, Tom?
Free? Yes. Yeah. Hello.
So he's just ignoring me.
I'm here.
Oh, you are here?
Yeah, what?
Did you hear me what I said about Leland?
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
in a meeting, so
Yep.
he's going to try to call in a few.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I'll take a chicken. Yep. And Tom wants something. He's just insane. He'll take like a little cup of meat.
Well, what do they have really that's like...
You don't want to starve yourself until dinner, do you?
No, I
And
don't do that,
take
but I've been having stomach issues, so I just really watch what I eat.
Like irritable bowel?
No, more like at night.
What are you doing this weekend?
Oh, I'm in for Ryan on Saturday. I better remember that.
Where's he going?
No idea.
Huh.
Maybe more trouble with the bladder or whatever he had. Oh, here we go.
Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, 888heating.com. Find, fix, or free, $288. What does that mean? That means they'll find any problem and fix it for $288. Think about that. Or it's free, find, fix, or free. When would it be free? Well, if it's the whole furnace or the big heat exchanger, they can't do it for $288. It's a great deal. Nothing to risk. So that's 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. All right, so Chris has a comment on gun control, or guns, or legislation. I hate to call it gun control, but because we don't know what it is. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Tom. Thank you very much for taking my call. And I just wanted to say I'm glad we have you in Colorado. You're a treasure, and thank you for what you do.
Thanks, man.
Now,
I do appreciate that.
I'm kind of an older guy. I've fought in 2 wars, and I'm one of those people that has a lot of, we'll call them, assault rifles. I'm not quite right, but we'll call them assault rifles. And I have quite a few of them. But I have to go back and think, when was the last time we saw commercial-grade explosives used in a shopping mall or in a church or against a school? And they're really controlled, right? And they're out of the hands of most people, and you see that borne out. So maybe I'm at the point where I'm thinking I could, and I don't like it because I feel I'm a responsible person, but I could probably budge on my assault weapons. But then where do you go draw that line? Because, with a 19-round pistol, I could do a lot of damage. I wouldn't. I'm one of those guys that would run in there and prevent it. But, that or a shotgun, or what about a 500-horsepower car? I mean, at what point do you stop it?
Yeah. Now, people always bring this up whenever we talk about the gun thing. It's that it's a constitutional right. And I wish we had the Founding Fathers back here today, right today, resurrect them, put them around a table, and I would love to hear what they have to say about today. I would. I don't know. Everyone says what they would do or say. I don't know what they would say. Would they say this? Hey, that's a consequence of a free society. Give me liberty or give me death. This is the way it is. We just have to, blah, blah, blah. Or would they say, holy crap, this was never what we intended? What do you think they would say? I don't even know. What do you think they'd say?
You know what? I don't know what they would say either, obviously, not having lived with them. But, the lack now, I think we have probably a different understanding of what responsibility is, right? I don't know that I can recall an incident where people so went against what their personal responsibility was, and if they had an assault rifle, would they have gone and shot up a school back in those days? So maybe we also need to go find out what's causing people to start behaving this way.
What do you think it means, though, when it says the right of the people to keep and bear arms? Does it mean each individual?
I believe it does mean each individual. I believe it means that I can have an assault rifle, but I'm actually at the point where the genie is out of the bottle, and I'm willing to back off of that if we can find a comprehensive way to solve it. If it's just taking my gun out of my hands and we're not going after that problem, then I'm not on board.
And people don't, there's a general distrust, too, of the government. And listen, I don't have the distrust a lot. I do and I don't. I don't know. People say, oh, they're going to take our guns and then, it's going to lead to tyranny. I don't want to be stupid and say it won't, but I don't want to say that, we have to be afraid of our system right now. I don't know. The constitutional right to bear arms is where it all centers around. People say, It's unabridged. It's the right to bear arms, and forget it. That's just the right. Nothing else is named. You know, driver's licenses and a lot of other things are not named in the Constitution. You know what's really funny, though? There are people who they abridge our rights all day long, and we take it. Like we take our speech being curtailed for a good reason. We do. Everyone lays right down. There is not, I'll bet you, there are very few people who have canceled social media because of their censorship. And make no mistake, social media censors all of us if we are not on the current narrative. Now, I'm not saying they're still doing it the way they did during COVID, but now it's something else. Whatever it is, they can censor. In fact, we probably don't even know how much we are being censored when it comes to social media. Now people say, oh, they're a private enterprise. They can do anything they want. Really, I would love to see them do that. I would love for them to say, hey, we're a private enterprise, and we've decided we're not going to let any white person post because it's racist. And that's what we believe. And we believe it incites violence. It wouldn't be hell. Or any black person. No, social media can't do anything it wants. It cannot. When I say this to people, I say, can social media decide as a private platform to ban all the speech of black people? No, because that's that's discrimination against the Constitution. I said, so is going against free speech. What's the difference? What's the difference? Racial discrimination, a right. Freedom of speech, a right. So why do we say as a private organization they can do that? They can't do that. Why do we say that? And we accept it. Now, when it comes to guns, we don't. Our society has resisted everything to do when it comes to guns. Is it time to have reasonable control over who owns assault weapons? See, I don't like the idea that anyone can go in and buy one. At least that's what I'm told. What kind of background check is it that this person was able to go in, and they were posting that they were posting a lot of alarming things before this. But how can we as a society monitor social media and go to people and say, well, we don't like those posts you made on Facebook, so you don't get to buy a gun? I mean, really, that's why we have such a problem, because it's not a simple answer. We have a problem, folks. Anyway, I don't want you to forget to call me with your problems, questions, and complaints, but if you do have comments on this, hell, I'm not apologizing for it. It's a major topic. And then it's just crazy. And one thing I'm really happy about, this has not turned into a transgender thing, but I will say this, that really shocked everyone. I mean, you know, to say that transgender people are violent to this, but here's what I really was almost like, yup, makes sense. No woman that I know of in history has been responsible for a mass shooting. No woman. And when I heard this was a 28-year-old woman who went in to shoot up this school, I thought, wow, that's weird. And what's funny about it is, when I heard that they were born a male, you know what a stupid thought I had? Here's what I thought. Well, now that makes sense. Isn't that weird? I thought that. Well, now that makes, not because they're transgender, but because, well, they were born a male. And only males so far have been responsible for shootings. Is that crazy? But that's what I thought. Anyway, we got more coming up.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
For the most part, an easy drive throughout the Denver Metro for that 11 o'clock hour. I-25 north and southbound showing posted speeds into and out of downtown. On the far west end of town, 6th Avenue eastbound, we've got news of a rollover crash before Sim Street. Stop-and-go traffic back from Indiana, about 10 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. On the opposite end of town, Pena Boulevard southbound, for folks leaving the airport, we are seeing slower traffic between 56th and I-70. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies out there with a high of 51 degrees this afternoon. Overnight low of 23. Tomorrow, high of 55. The current temperature in Denver is 41 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
We talk about David Ellis Jewelry because I want you to have extra cash. So if you go to David Ellis Jewelry, you can get extra cash by selling your used, vintage, or antique jewelry. Now, if you have junk, he'll buy that too. But there's a difference how he operates. If it's used in vintage or antique, he'll give you a fair price for the jewelry. If it's junk, he's going to weigh it and pay it. But at least you know you have a name we know and trust for 40 years. And please don't ever do this on the internet or on Craigslist. David Ellis Jewelry, 3rd and Clayton. Look for the black awning, 303-322-8779. Frank Duran, you've heard me talk about him. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. 303-920-1622. Frank has a buying team and a selling team, and he overlooks each and every deal. He looks over, I should say, not overlooks. That didn't sound right? Frank has super served people for 30 years. I get great reviews on him. The man is wonderful. Sells more homes in a month than most people sell in a year, and he sells most in a year than people sell in a career. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Hey, it's Rob.
This because this is like, I have a problem. How can I get, Jay, without taking this off?
So, are you guys in a position to look up what the shooter actually was? Because getting some conflicting stuff.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling.
Jay, if you're there, you're good at this.
I have to take this whole thing off to tighten that screw. And
Jay,
it's only going to come loose.
are you kids?
It's a bad design. It really is a bad design.
Yeah.
What do you mean by what he really is?
Well, we're hearing woman that actually identified as a man, so an actual female. A person with an innie. Does that make sense?
It made sense to me.
Yeah.
I can tell you that Adam is a hell of a lot more vigilant now about carrying.
Yeah.
In places that, you know.
All of them.
You wouldn't otherwise carry. Like, he shops at King Soopers every weekend and carries there.
Gotta.
Restaurants. He's one of those freaks that won't sit with his back to the door. Has to know where, you know, everyone coming in and out.
Like Tony Soprano. I like that.
Yeah, he's a little crazy.
Well, we have a few minutes, only 2 minutes or less, and then we have a break where we have 6 minutes on the top.
Do you need me to open the door for you?
No.
You got it?
Yeah.
630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Troy, your turn. And again, people, problems, questions, complaints, 303-713-TALK. I think this is a major enough issue that we can discuss it intelligently without getting bent out of shape. And I say divided we stand if we listen. Troy, go ahead.
Hey, Tom. I want to clear up a few things. The term assault rifle is there is no such thing as an assault rifle.
Well, there's no.
AR,
I mean, people refer to them as assault rifles. When you say there's no, in certain people's minds there is, and they mean rapid fire, large caliber. Keep going.
Okay, so an AR-15, the AR stands for Armalite rifle. The AR-15 shoots a 5.56 caliber bullet.
What is okay? I mean, I'll go with you that there's no official assault rifle. They don't say here's an assault rifle. Yeah.
Right. So,
but what difference does that make? What difference does that make, though? That's what I'm asking.
So the difference is it's all about cosmetics. You have one rifle, a Mini 14, shoots the same round as an AR-15. The rate of fire on a semi-automatic firearm is how fast can you press the trigger. It's not a machine gun.
Right.
Machine guns are regulated, and your average citizen does not have access to a machine gun.
I get it.
So what we're talking about is your legislature wants to ban different types of firearms based on cosmetics.
Well, it's not cosmetics. It's also wait, that's not fair. It's also based on operation. For example, they want to ban.
Absolutely not.
Well, of course it is. If it fired one at a time with a cocking, they wouldn't call it. No, but not like
That's why it is a semi-automatic firearm.
Right.
Every time you press the trigger, the gun fires.
And that's what they want to ban. That's right. Large magazine, rapid fire.
They're wanting to ban. So
listen, man. All I'm saying, Troy. All I'm saying is so what they call it. They want to ban anything like that rapid fires multiple cartridges. That's what they want to stop. Why is that hard to understand? Who cares what you call it? Call it Swiss cheese. They want to ban it. That's what they're talking about, and it's not cosmetics.
Hi, Dan.
Thank you.
Well, I don't even understand what difference it makes.
What's going on?
Well, because they do want to just get down to revolvers. And I'm not kidding.
Well, then that's okay, but that's what they want to ban.
And they won't even let us say pussy anymore to talk about it.
He's absolutely right. I mean, tell him he's right. It's keep him on. It's semi-automatic.
Yep. It's more fun hitting people with a bat anyway. It sounds better. You don't have to cover your ears.
What do you call them? Semi-automatics?
I got a knife on me. Doesn't need to be reloaded.
Okay. What's your name? Alan. Okay, Alan. Let me go ahead and get you in the queue here, and he'll be with you as soon as he can. Okay. Hold on.
And every call, first 15 minutes, then gone.
We have our first actual troubleshooter.
Well, I thought the very first call was...
ABC News, I'm Monica Sarandi. President Biden is urging Congress to take up gun reform legislation following the latest mass shooting at a private Christian school in Nashville. The president, before leaving for North Carolina, spoke to reporters.
About what? What are we going to talk about?
assessment 5 was suspect. There was too much security. They decided not to.
Instead, the private Christian school became the site of the nation's latest mass shooting. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Nashville.
In France, protests and strikes continue. They're angry over plans to raise the retirement age to 64. This is ABC News. Vice President Kamala Harris addressed thousands of young people in Ghana today, reiterating President Biden's commitment to investing in African countries. The vice president discussing the continent's essential role in vital industries like technology, healthcare, and supply chain management that she says will ultimately help move the world forward in years to come.
The African nations play such a critical role on
Shooter
issues
under
of
care for
global
emotional
importance,
disorder.
issues that
Yeah.
matter to the American people and to the world.
The vice president continues her trip to Africa with visits to Tanzania and Zambia later this week. In London, it's day 2 of a court hearing to determine if Frank Harry's privacy case against the tabloid newspaper can go forward. Harry claims Associated Newspapers, the publisher of the Daily Mail, broke the law to obtain stories by using wiretaps and listening to voicemails.
Back.
Oh, are you in charge?
I'm in charge, man.
Do it. All right. Go for it. What are you doing? No.
No, I can slide a few things. Push buttons.
Yeah. Don't need any of that. That's easy. Go back.
Okay.
Maybe. I'll think about it.
Okay.
And when white won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday methods, like dunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy. K-How News Time, 12:03. In the wake of the East High School shooting, many are demanding that DPS board members resign. After last week's shooting that left 2 administrators wounded, the board voted to reinstate school resource officers at high schools for the rest of the school year. No decision has been made for next year and going forward. At a news conference Monday, Board Vice President Ayante Anderson spoke about that.
I don't think I'm ready to make a decision on whether I am going to be against, the current replacement of the school resource officers. I want to listen to the community, but I also want to listen to those that are going to be directly impacted.
Several groups demanding that the board members resign or face a recall effort. A school board spokesperson says no board member plans to resign. A deadly officer-involved shooting in Lakewood Monday. 2 teenage girls robbed a postal worker at gunpoint. One suspect shot at officers after being approached. Police returned fire. She was taken to the hospital where she later died. The officer suffered non-life-threatening injuries. The second suspect was later arrested in Frederick. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Some bumps and bruises out there to start off your noon hour into downtown I-25.
Maybe if we get off guns, we'll get more calls. I don't know.
Well, we have our first troubleshooter call.
Okay. Eastbound is closed due to a rollover crash between Indiana and Sims Street. Folks heading east towards the downtown area can use Colfax as an alternative. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, a warm one today. This afternoon looking at a high of 51 degrees. Overnight low of 23. Tomorrow warmer still with a high of 55. The current temperature in Denver is 41 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
I just lost the phones.
Same here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Every move matters. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America.
Oh, they're back.
Why would mine be connected to yours? I unplugged it, plugged it back in. Weird. Alright.
I told you about how your nose responds air filter. Signifies how suction will help flush out allergies, viruses, illnesses, and germs.
No. Yeah, I look at yours, but
Never.
Never. My doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a nose pump. Navage uses suction power, so it's
cute puppies.
very nice when
No, not quite. Stephanie does all the time. I go because he'll get a lot of stuff. I'll send Corgi shit to him. And I mean, we do mostly do kids and animals, to be honest with you. We don't do business shit. I mean, on there. But I will look at my people for sure.
And stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E.
Do you do a vacation home by owner? You do?
15 seconds, Tom.
Schools. Do you think that students who have to be checked for weapons should be allowed to remain in that school or required to go online or to an alternative school? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you want to avoid surgery, regenerative medicine or stem cell therapy can possibly do that for you. By the way, I'm going to have that done for some reinforcements. I'll be reporting on that. DenverRegen.com. They can also do hair growth now with stem cells. DenverRegen.com. 833-STEM-GEN. You can talk to a doctor right there about it. Make your appointment, 833-STEM-GEN, and they'll arrange for you to talk to the actual doctor that does it. 833-STEM-GEN. Okay, so Alan wants to talk about an assessment in Washington County, and we'll talk about that. I happen to know a lot about assessments based on the years of research we used to do with people who challenged assessments. If you're talking about assessed valuations, that is, I'm not sure exactly what kind of an assessment. Go ahead, Alan.
Well, like I said, I've been fighting this with Washington County for 3 years now.
Now, is this the value of your home? Is that what you're talking about, Alan?
Yeah, the assessed value.
No, I understand that.
Which is what determines the property taxes.
That's right. What happens is they come and they assess your house. They do it based on a certain year. Sometimes it's just more current than others. And then that assessed valuation then is a mill levy is multiplied against it, so much per thousand, and that's your tax. So what's the problem?
Well, the problem is they keep setting my assessed value to be equal to my appraised value. The assessor out there has decided that that's her policy whenever she has an appraisal, whenever anybody buys a house out there or whenever anybody refinances a house out there, she resets the assessed value to whatever that appraisal comes back
there's nothing wrong with that if she's doing it to everyone. I mean, what I'm saying is they don't have, in other words, a base year that they're going off of, right?
And that's exactly my point, is that she's only doing it to anybody that is new out there. And the result is that my property taxes are about double what they should be for that area. I mean, I lost the state appeal.
You know, that's odd, Alan, because when consumers appeal, did you know 8 out of 10 times they win? And the higher up they go, the more they win?
Well, and that's the unbelievable part to this to me. For a property tax assessment value, the county and the assessor hired an attorney. They went out and spent the money to pay for an attorney to fight me on this, rather than just compromising and dropping the value down.
They must have felt strongly about it, but they have a right to use current assessment values.
Well, yeah, but when that assessment makes my property taxes be double what the majority of people are paying out.
Now, that's the part that is odd, is not that they're using a current appraisal, but that it ends up being unfair. That's the part I don't know. What did the State Board of Appeals say about that?
Well, and they said that the value was justified because she did a new appraisal saying that my house was worth.
But so your problem isn't the appraisal being inaccurate, or the value. Your problem is that it's unfair.
Exactly.
Well, that ain't going to work. And that's the problem. You are literally saying, because my neighbors aren't paying as much, I shouldn't. And I have a comparable to that. Well, how would you lose? Did you hire an attorney, or did you hire a real estate person or someone to help you?
Well, no, I tried to do the appeal myself, thinking that if I showed them the property values of the houses around me that were lower,
they're called comps.
they would agree with me.
They're called comps. Yeah. Why did they disagree with comps?
I do not know, and that's what I can never get an answer on. And like I said, and that's why every time I've lost, I've taken it to the next higher level.
But you're not the only one, though. You're not the only one. Other neighbors must be facing this. See, they eventually want to get all of their tax rolls up to date, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, to be honest with you, this notion of having old assessments is really not right. That just happened because they got inundated. And so really, it should be what she's doing. It should be based on current appraisals.
Well, yeah, but if that's the case, then they need to fix the mill levy somehow and I don't know how you would do that.
Well, they don't necessarily have to fix the mill levy. They simply have to not use this. They have to refund surplus. But are you saying they'd have a windfall of tax if they applied today's values?
Yes.
What county did you say it is?
Washington County.
Washington County.
And here's the thing. I've got a list of like 30 or 40 comparables that I've done from Realtor all around eastern rural Colorado here. And for a house like mine, around $200,000, the absolute average is about $1,000 a year. But only in Akron and Washington County is the appraisal somehow the equal to the assessed value, and that's making the property taxes of anybody that gets nailed by this assessor out there to be $2,000 to $2,200 a year, which is over double. And how is that fair? And that's why I don't understand how I lost this state appeal, because they said the value is justified. But right there in the statute that they quote, it says market approach. It does not say market value. It says market approach. And to me, the market approach would be to, look at this 30 or 40 houses all around eastern Colorado that when every one of them is $1,000 a year, you would set the assessment to make the taxes be $1,000 a year for me to match everybody else.
No, okay. See,
and it's not fair that I have to pay twice as much property tax as everybody else in eastern Colorado just because they want to set the assessed value equal to the appraised value. I was just reading an article on the internet when I typed in to Google, how does appraised value usually compare to assessed value? And Google said, and usually in the majority of counties, it's 60 to 70% of appraised value.
Well, of course it is, because they have not gotten around to doing it. But there is nothing illegal about them actually assessing your house for what it's actually worth. But the problem comes in when they only do it for a few. I don't know what the answer is. I've never heard of going to court and suing because something is unfair to you when it's not unfair in and of itself. It's just that your neighbors aren't getting nabbed. Well, have you ever actually talked to the assessor and asked the assessor, why aren't you demanding appraisals or going out and reappraising all of the taxed properties?
Well, you can't talk to her because she has decided that she's infallible and she just won't listen to anything I try to tell her. I've lost all faith in the ability to reason with this woman.
Well, you also lost, though, and I have to put some credence in what she's doing, if you lost at every step of the way. You went to the actual State Board of Appeals, is that right?
Yes.
Can't you go to the Supreme Court right now?
Well, that's what I'm pondering. I mean, and that's what I need help with. I want to appeal this decision.
But you need an attorney to do this.
Yeah, I've run.
But I don't think you're going to see. I think your argument is flawed. Your argument is you're pissed off your neighbors are paying less. See, I've never heard of that as an argument. If they are applying the law accurately to you,
that's not my argument. My argument is that the assessed value is not equal to the appraised value, and the reason why I'm arguing that is because the statute does not say appraised value; it says market approach.
Yes, and she decided the market approach is what it's appraised for.
Well, but when that unfairly doubles just a few people's taxes.
But eventually, her theory is this: eventually, everyone will get appraised. I think the only disconnect here is that they ought to force reappraisals in some way. But here's the deal, man: you already lost in one of the highest courts. So what does that tell you? Well, one thing is you didn't fight it properly. So you need to hire an attorney, and it's going to blow everything that you just, even if they knocked it back down again. How long have you been paying the higher tax?
Well, since I bought the house 3 years ago.
And what did you buy it for?
$195.
Okay, so you're being taxed on $195, and other people are being taxed on $145, right?
Right. Well, and actually, the one that I found last week. I did find one last week on the internet where they had just bought a house for $220 and it was being assessed for $110, and their property taxes are $900 a year.
Did you go to
in Washington County?
Did you go to the county commissioners?
Yeah, that was the county board. I went after I.
Okay, so you lost it. Everybody is agreeing with her. Everyone. So I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, if you're already using the system that we would recommend that you use to get justice, and they're saying they agree with her. Every one of them.
Why is it fair for her to screw me like this?
You're not the only one. I'll bet you there are more people being. You're not the only one being screwed, as you put it.
Well, and I know they're not, because I've talked to several other people in the county that have the same problem. I mean, I don't know. Can we file a class action lawsuit against this woman?
Well, who's going to join your class action?
Well, some of these other people that are paying twice as much as.
Well, go out and get go out and get them together, and then chip in for a lawsuit. Really, this is odd. I don't know what you do about this. I mean, really, because you have lost it every step of the way. So other people must have lost.
And I cannot comprehend. Yeah, and I cannot comprehend why I've lost. I mean, it's the numbers are obvious.
Well, the numbers are obvious, except you have an appraisal. One of the things you would have to do if you protested your valuation is get an appraisal. And your appraisal upholds what she said. Your problem is not your situation. Your problem is that she is not applying it to others. I'm telling you that over and over. There is nothing that says because she made a mistake with the other people, if they've agreed that they're using current values instead of some year, usually they take a year, and they say this is your value as of this year. And then you do a forensic backward evaluation. But what she's saying is we're making everything current. So your argument isn't that your current value is off. Your argument is that she's not doing it to others. That is what your argument is. And there is no mechanism for that unless people in the county are up in arms, and it's really, there is no mechanism to say, like the IRS, okay? I'm going to say to the IRS, you know what? You taxed me more than you taxed my neighbor because you didn't see all my neighbor's income. And they chose not to look for it. I can't make them go after my neighbor in order to justify my tax. Does that make sense to you at all?
No.
These people, well, okay, I'm sorry, because then we're at the end of the road. As far as people are saying, they're saying you're wrong because her application of an appraisal is correct. Your argument is, but
To
she's
me-
not doing it to others.
To me, the definition of market approach should be to set the assessment values to where the tax is equal and similar for everybody.
Well, I'm sorry. That's that. You know, with hearing just one side of your story, I disagree. The market approach to me says what it's marketed for right now. So again, your argument is going to be she's not doing it to others. Man, I don't know how many times we can just repeat this, and I'm not one for repeating. See, you have a different definition of that than I do. A totally different definition of a market approach. 303-713-8255.
Do you find yourself stuck in a...
Just say, lucky them. They didn't purchase a home recently. Sucks to be you. Life's not fair. Get over it.
Wesley Financial Group beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry.
All right, 10 seconds, Tom. You're coming up next.
5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-885-3300. That's 800-885-3300.
American Restoration 24/7. The company you need if you have a fire, a flood, unattended death, or asbestos, black mold, anything that happens to your property where you have toxic substances that need to be remediated, corrected, removed, and then rebuilt. Don't let your insurance company pick the people. They don't pick the best. They pick the fastest and the cheapest. And then once they pay, they say, you're responsible. And you're left with a mess. That's why I recommend American Restoration 24/7. American Restoration 24/7 has all the expertise and the EPA certifications you need to get the job done right. They'll come immediately and remediate it and then start to restore it. 8337-AM-REST. Call them immediately when you have a problem. 8337-AM-REST or online amrest247.com. The art of granite is the art of countertops of all kinds, not just granite. Of course, the name says the art of granite, but they'll do marble and quartzite or any other substance you want, and they give you quotes on the phone because they love their deals. All solid surface and natural stone and engineered stone is quoted at cost. Then they charge you for the fabrication and installation. They tear out and haul away free and do the bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. And best of all, they give you a price on the phone. 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Hey, is this Ed Tomlinson?
Yes.
He's my buddy. I was going to ask you to call him. That is wonderful. How'd he get on here?
He called in.
Okay, tell him to hang on. And did that other guy leave a number?
He hung up.
Damn it.
But I'm sure he's probably listening.
This thing is going to fall off. And see, when I take this out, trying to get those washers where it's such a nightmare. That these washers are placed in such a way that it's a nightmare. Are we going to eat down here? Well, it's okay. I just don't want to. My main thing is not so much the mess as the smell. What's that? You can eat here. No, you can eat here, bro. Yeah. Well, then it doesn't matter. Just. Oh, man. I hope that picture will tell me things. Now you're going to have to feed him.
right, 15 seconds, Tom.
Gotcha.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I hope that guy's still listening. I wasn't telling him it was the greatest news in the world what's happening to him, but he lost at every step of the way. And his main argument is that it's unfair because the assessor is using market appraisals, current market appraisals, as his valuation for taxes. Yet other people have been there for years and years have way lower valuations. Now, one of the guys I've talked to over the years, Ed Tomlinson, first wrote a book on protesting valuations and taxes and getting refunds. And it was a quite successful book. And he taught people how to not only protest their taxes and assessments or valuations, but also to buy real estate tax certificates the right way. But without getting into all that, I want to ask him what he thinks of this situation. When an assessor wants to use current market appraisals, is that acceptable for valuations, Ed?
You're quite right overall, but on the particular case where the guy called, all he can do is prove the value on June 30th, 2020. Taxes has nothing to do with it or what the assessor's point of view is. He just needs to prove the value. Also, in a month, everybody, 3.6 million property owners, are going to get a new reassessment. And Tom, they're scheduled to go up Metro Denver-wide 25%. I hear Steamboat might be at 50%.
His is double his neighbor's.
It's not relevant. The only thing that's relevant is what was the value of the property June 30th, 2020.
And where'd you come up with June 30th, 2020?
State law.
And that's when that's approximately when he bought it. That's approximately when he bought it. So the value was established right when he bought it.
It could be if he was either under contract or closed shortly before that date. Yes.
Yeah, he was there for 2 years. But here's what I want to know, Ed. What if mine, though, is the same exact... He's arguing that there are houses just like his that are $100,000 cheaper or assessed $100,000 lower.
Correct. The assessments are all over the board. All you can do is focus on yours.
So I was right in telling him that's why he lost all the way up.
Yes. Yeah, it's not about taxes. It's about value on a particular date.
Even if even if the assessor is not applying it evenly, that's not an argument.
No.
Golly. That's crazy. So, when you say people are coming out with a reassessment, what do you mean exactly?
Every 2 years, we get a new reassessment valuation that has to be delivered this year by the end of April.
And how does an assessor do that?
They do it by computer. The computer spits out what they think your property is worth, and then you receive the notice as to what the assessor thinks it's worth, and then either you leave it alone or you protest and prove that the value was lower as of June 30th, 2022. That would be last June.
So the next assessment coming out will be based on June 30th, 2022.
Correct.
All right. So if it has an extra lower assessment to begin with, isn't it likely they're always going to be under market compared to this guy?
No, it's all over the board, Tom. There's no rhyme or reason, and that's why you get the notice.
But this is wrong, man. I mean, but obviously someone who's assessed lower is not going to complain, and it's not the neighbor's purview to complain that their neighbor is lower. And that's what it's about. They didn't get his value wrong. And he kept quoting a law that says market approach. And he forgot that remember I told him it was based on a year. I just wasn't sure what year it was. And so it was 2020 precisely when he bought the damn place. That's why they've established a value.
You've been very good about this for decades.
But he said this, Ed, and I want to know the truth about this. He said anyone who gets a refinance or a reappraisal, she'll use the latest appraisal. She can't. She has to go by the assessment year dictated by state law.
That's correct.
So, okay, I'm really happy you called in, Ed. Thank you, because I think that if he's listening, he'll understand. So it's not going to be, if he got a new appraisal or if somebody next door to him got a new appraisal or just moved in, it's still going to be based on year 2020 right now. And you're saying that pretty soon it's going to be June 30th, 2022.
Correct.
And June 30th, 2022 is not that far back to go to figure out what your house was worth. How does one figure out?
You have to use the sales on that date or before. You can use an under contract if it closes before your protest time. You cannot use close after.
When will the new assessed valuations come out?
30 days.
In 30 days. So we're going to be getting a lot of calls.
It's going to be, if everybody gets a rise of 25% or more, the state of Colorado will be in an uproar.
Will you put a tickler on your calendar to call back when they come out?
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Right around the day
they updated the book.
What's that?
I've also updated the book, and I'll send you a media copy.
Oh, if you do that, that would be wonderful. If you can email me a PDF media copy, that would be wonderful. Now, are you selling the book? Because I won't give it away if you're selling it.
I will be at $7.95.
Oh, that's a steal.
But I don't have it loaded yet on Amazon, so it's not quite ready.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a windfall for people because they'll be able to walk through protesting. But protesting doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win.
No, but you were right earlier when you said more often than not, you'll win at the second or the third round.
And the fact
and the reason for that is the assessors don't have time to correctly review your property, so they just give you a denial notice.
And therefore, the next level up sees that and then holds more credence to your argument.
Yes, the assessor has to prepare better than they did in the first round.
And then what we'll do is we'll go over what people need to do to arm themselves for a protest.
Yes.
All right. So, Kachina Kalori, why don't you get Ed's contact and let's touch base. Like, what is the exact date they come out? Do you know, Ed?
It has to be in the mail before June 1. So I'm assuming, what is there, 64 counties? Each county will do it a little differently, but it'll all be in the last week of April.
Okay, so April. Oh, really? In the last week
That's
of...
a month.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
So, okay, thanks, Ed. Kachina Kalori, let's get him back on in a month. This will be incredible to talk about. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, Harris Family Law does family law, but listen to this. They have some webinars free of charge right now you can access. Go to harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars to learn everything about family. I mean, there's so many topics on family law. They've done dozens of these webinars you can access or find out when the next live one is. harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Leland Conway at 2, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt.
Plenty to talk about on the roads and freeways through the noon hour. I-25 southbound at Spear Boulevard. We've got 2 lanes blocked for police activity with stop-and-go traffic back from I-70. About 10 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. Just south of there, I-25 northbound slow traffic between 6th Avenue and Spear Boulevard as well. Over on the west end of town, 6th Avenue eastbound, an accident with 2 right lanes blocked and stop-and-go back from Indiana. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. Mostly sunny skies out there with highs in the lower 50s. Overnight low of 23. Tomorrow sunny again with a high of 55. The current temperature in Denver is 41 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
For your guarantee.
Coming up next, Tom, 10 seconds.
50% off tax prep. Switch to Jackson Hewitt. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
If you're injured in an accident and you want to know what your rights are, you can call and get free information from John Fuller, Fuller Law. And the difference here is you're not going to go to a call center and then get a call back by an assistant and hardly ever talk to an attorney. From the first call, you're going to talk to John Fuller, Fuller Law, John Fuller, the lead attorney. And he is pledged to take only the number of cases that he can personally work. So you will talk to him about your case. And then if you decide to hire him, he works on a percentage fee basis. You get his cell phone number, and then he continues working directly for you. And then not only that, but he negotiates your expenses even downward so you can net more money in the end. John Fuller, call him for your legal advice. Call him and notice the difference when you go to John Fuller, Fuller Law, and you can find him at referralist.com or call 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Hey, Tom. Patricia's on. The HR professional.
Got it.
Okay. How was Ross?
It's alright. We,
Same old, same old?
tried to figure out how microwaves work.
Oh, fun.
And then somebody said you should microwave a grape. Okay. What's it gonna do? They said the grape experiment or something like that. What does that do? We need to know. Does anybody have a grape?
I'm going to.
So what is it?
Every time I look around, you're always out.
They didn't tell us. They just said it's really interesting.
I'm going to Google it.
Right?
Yeah.
You put grapes in a microwave?
Yeah.
What's supposed to happen?
You cut the grape in half, and then you place it face down, and then you microwave it. And things are supposed to happen. Could just be a troll.
Bought a whole bunch of grapes. I might do that.
But I don't know if it destroys the microwave or something. You know, like when you put in like a CD or a light bulb. Yeah.
Oh my God. In seconds, sparks erupt.
From a grape?
Uh-huh.
10 seconds there, Tom.
$250 off and 250 free hair grafts. AdvancedHair.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I got coming up, if you're looking for a job or career, we're going to go to that in a minute here. I want to talk to Henry Bretz. We got a question on roof systems, because a lot of times people have roofs that aren't performing, they wear out quicker, or the house is overly hot or overly cold. And Jay taught me a long time ago that the roof system has to be looked at, as well as just the shingles. A lot of people think about just shingles. Explain to me, basically, in layman's terms, about a system and why it matters. Hold on, let me go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, there's 4 parts of a roof system. And I'd like to ask you, if you could guess, what do you think the 4 parts would be?
Well, I think the top layer, right?
Okay, yep.
And then the wood, the deck.
Kind of. It's not really the materials, but just the 4 components that build.
Tell me what they are.
Okay, so the first one is your roof covering. So that's going to be like your shingles,
the asphalt, or
exactly, your tile.
And it used to be wood shakes or whatever.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then you have your attic ventilation.
The ventilation.
Yep. So that's
now,
what keeps
a
your
lot
house
of people who put in a roof without ventilation, what'll happen?
Your attic will get seriously hot.
It'll ruin the roof too, right?
Hot. Yep.
And can it warp the...
Yeah, you can get heat blisters and all sorts of bad stuff.
All right, so, okay.
Yep.
So the covering, the ventilation, what else?
And then 3 is attic insulation. So that's what's going to keep your house like temperature regulated in the winter. It's going to keep it warmer.
So you want the roof, you want the attic insulated from the house, but you want the air circulating through the attic.
Exactly. And then the 4th component is drainage. So this is going to be for rain, all your gutter systems, downspouts. Yep. And so for do you want to go through them? So
real quick.
For roofing covering, there's good, better, best. There's always good, better, best for all these. So a good one is going to be like an asphalt shingle.
Okay.
And then there's the hail. They're never hail proof.
Hail resistant.
Hail resistant, exactly. And then so that's the better, and the best is going to be something like an F-wave shingle, which we've talked about.
And is that just thicker?
Exactly. And then sometimes tile can be a little stronger. So attic ventilation, good is these passive attic vents. So that might be some ridge vents, some gable vents, and different things.
Just vents put in on the roof and then at the bottom. Yep. They have to be put at the bottom and the top.
Exactly. And then
and that's natural convective then. It just comes in and goes out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then so for a little bit better than that is going to be a solar fan, and that goes directly on top of your roof, and that circulates all the air through the attic.
And the solar fan goes on and off automatically as needed, or do you keep it on?
Yeah, so if there's the sun out, it's powering the fan, and it just circulates the temperature.
Okay, good.
So the best...
And there's no house wiring for that?
No, not
you just
at
drop
all.
it in
it's
and
purely
it works.
solar, and
all
you
right.
get tax credits and different things for that,
all
so
right.
it's a great benefit. The best is the quiet, cool, heat-powered, or high-powered electric fan. And so in Glenwood, we know how we have that gable.
But I have a quiet, cool whole house fan, but that's not the same as an attic fan, is it?
No, because the attic fan just pushes air through the attic. The whole house fan pushes it through the rest of the house.
Okay.
And then for attic insulation, anything less than R49 is bad. And so that's the depth. We're measuring the depth.
Right.
And so R49's code, the best is R60. And that is the best energy efficient savings you can put in your house at the best price.
But you guys don't do that part.
We do insulation, yes.
Oh, you do?
We're really pushing it too.
For the attic?
Absolutely.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yep. And
So
then,
you do so you can do it from when you do a new roof, you can come in and look and see if they have enough insulation, you can see if they have enough ventilation, and you can do it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Does it save them anything? Like is there first of all, the insurance is not going to pay for this extra stuff, right?
Well, it depends. Usually for attic insulation, if you're doing additions and stuff, you'd be paying out of pocket. But the energy savings that you're going to benefit from that, it's totally going to be worth it.
And then what about the solar fan? You said there's some benefits to that?
Yeah, so you can get different like tax credits with the solar fan as part of the solar initiative.
So you'll save money on utilities for the insulation, you'll get some tax credits for the solar fan, and then the roof, if you're having it redone because of insurance, will pay for the roof, right?
Yep.
Do you have to pay for the upgrade on the roof if you wanted to go to a hail resistant?
Yeah, you would.
But
it's an additional charge.
But don't you get a reduction on your insurance?
Yes. Yep.
See, that's the
bring your
important thing.
premiums down.
Anyway, 303-713-TALK. If you have any questions on this coming up, we have another hour to go as well. And then I want to talk about careers at 303-713-8255. So many times there are jobs available, and then there are better than jobs. There are careers, and then there are in between. So I want to start highlighting ways you can improve your lot in life, whether you have a job or not. If you don't have one, maybe you want to upgrade, and see what's available. So we're going to be exploring various companies. There's a company here in town. We'll do this right after the break. There's a company here in town that's quite interesting, and I looked at the website, and it's called Lumen 8 Transportation Technologies. And they are one of the largest privately held traffic and ITS solution providers. Now, I don't know what that means. They have 350 employees. They're looking for more. They have state-of-the-art technology in traffic flow and all of that. So we're going to find out specifics coming up right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Some major slowdowns into downtown. I-25 southbound at Spear Boulevard. We've got 2 left lanes blocked for police activity with stopped-up traffic back from I-76. We're not exactly sure what's going on. However, police and crews are on the scene, slowing traffic. Northbound I-25 slow itself as a result between Alameda and Spear. Over on the south end of town, Highway 85 Santa Fe northbound at I-25. A crash in the left lane. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies with highs in the lower 50s today. Overnight low of 23. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies with a high of 55. The current temperature is 47 degrees with your Impact Traffic and Weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Discover credit cards do something.
10 seconds, Tom. You're coming up next.
Automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you've earned, doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
Fix It 24/7 is the website for Fix My Home for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, a company I really believe in. And I'll tell you what, during the shoulder season, you need to take advantage of their refurbishment of the air conditioning system for just $39. Man, you wouldn't believe what they did. They cleaned out the compressor, every part of the air conditioner. They take it apart to the extent they can and refurbish it for $39. That is a screaming deal for new customers only. They want to show you what they can do. Now, if you still want to have your furnace done, you can have that done too, either or. But I suggest you have both done if you haven't had them done, but definitely have the air done before the cooling season starts. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939 with a no breakdown guarantee. Just $39, 720-526-3939. If you're looking for window coverings, I'd like to suggest Made in the Shade, a wonderful company, Made in the Shade. People who really come to your house and do it all, from measuring and estimating for free, for helping you with a design consultant free, and then you order the product you want. They even have temporary shades and blinds they can put up for you while you wait for yours. And they do it all on a budget. In fact, they install it too with their in-house teams, no subcontractors. Made in the Shade, the company you want to do your window coverings, turnkey solutions at budget prices. 720-458-6566 with all the name brands, Hunter, Douglas, and more, 720-458-6566. This thing is just on its last fucking leg. It's such a bad design because when you move this thing, it's going to move. It's going to unscrew it. Well, I don't mind that. That's actually... I want that thing in the front, though. I want that thing in the front. Yeah. No, but no, I understand. But if you could manage to use that without moving it to the side, because that's what fucks it up, man. And then this, though, this is just driving me crazy. Did something break it? No. There's like a little spacer in there. Did you see the spacer? Wait, that doesn't have a spacer. It's almost like... Come here. You can see it. Look. Yours doesn't have it. Look at that. No, it's not a spacer. It's the way it's shaped. It's not flat. Yours is flat. This is not flat. Look at it. No, this whole thing isn't flat. It's not flat. Look at the bottom of that. Look at the bottom of this. The bottom of that barrel is not flat. Look at that one. It's flat. Well, they shouldn't be different. I bought them exactly the same. They shouldn't be different. That's what I just said.
It's got like a light bulb.
Don't.
He's going to put the light bulb in the microwave.
And this one doesn't. I don't even understand it. How the hell that happened? Oh my God, I know. It goes in that ridge. Okay, Henry's the genius. Henry's the genius. I got you, Henry. Henry, yeah. You showed me what I did wrong. That's why it's popped out. Well, how? Never mind. Shut up. I don't like young people. I don't like young people. They suck.
$15 seconds, Tom.
Reach out to Tom Martino and let your voice be heard. Call, text, and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app. While streaming KHOW and the full screen player, just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Tom Martino here. Without further ado, I want to go to line one here real quick here. So this company is in Denver, and we're going to continue this conversation after the break here, but Lumen 8 Transportation Technologies, if you ever wondered who does traffic signals and all of that, this is one of the companies that they have clients all over the country. They're headquartered right here in Denver. So let's talk to Patricia with them. She's with the HR department, Patricia Salvidio. And Patricia, do you have openings right now in this technology business?
Absolutely. We have quite a few positions available, starting with different skill levels, from groundsmen all the way up to engineers. And the biggest thing is this is about a career and building that career with goals and having the opportunity to work all around the United States in the traffic signal maintenance company.
So they can actually travel then and live elsewhere for this company. Do you have any ones that are based here in Denver as well?
Absolutely. My headquarters is based in Denver, Colorado, and we are the biggest in Denver. So we do all the engineering, the maintenance, the construction, the trenching. So for those that want to either look for a new position, transition, grow, and have the opportunity to wrap their arms in this industry, Luminate Transportation Technology is the company to come with. Okay, so give me an idea of some of the entry-level positions you might have at Luminate. The groundsman is an entry-level position where the person would have the opportunity to come in, train, be in the field, learn, and not only are they learning a new career, they also have an opportunity to go into a class for the apprenticeship to become licensed after 4 years. And we would actually make the investment, and it's like a college education that you don't have to pay for, that we will make the investment. All right, I want you to hold on, and I want to go over a number of positions, and I appreciate you being here. This is a company, a national company, located right here in Denver, Luminate Transportation Technologies.
News, I'm Mike Bucky. Police in Nashville are being credited for stopping the shooter who stormed a private Christian school and killed 3 children and 3 staffers. Authorities identified the attacker as 28-year-old Audrey Hale. Police Chief John Drake says the motive to yesterday's attack is still unknown. We feel that these students that were targeted were randomly targeted, so it's not any particular student that they were was looking for at the time that they occurred. Police say Hale was able to buy firearms legally. It is the latest mass shooting to rock the nation. Here's ABC's Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas. There have been 131 mass shootings with 4 or more people wounded or killed so far this year. That's compared to 113 at this time last year. So far this year, 190 people have been killed in such attacks. This is ABC News. Britain's intelligence agency has increased the terror threat level in Northern Ireland from substantial to severe, meaning an attack is highly likely. This comes ahead of President Biden's trip to the region to mark the 25th anniversary of the peace deal known as the Good Friday Agreement. Former President Clinton will also be there. The anniversary is April 10th. Embattled crypto executive Sam Bankman-Fried facing a new charge. In 2021, Chinese authorities had frozen 2 of Sam Bankman-Fried's trading accounts on China's largest crypto exchange. For months, federal prosecutors said Bankman-Fried tried everything to get them unfrozen before finally agreeing to pay a multi-million-dollar bribe. He allegedly sent $40 million in cryptocurrency to 1 or more Chinese government officials, at which point his trading accounts were unfrozen. Federal prosecutors have now charged Bankman-Fried with violating anti
bribery provisions of the Forward Corrupt Practices Act. Aaron Petrusky, ABC News, New York.
Mike Sabowski, ABC News.
In business, everything your employees do impacts your brand, including what they wear. Cintas has high-performance workplace apparel for almost every job imaginable. From work shirts and pants, polos and khakis, to Oxfords or T-shirts, these clothes move, breathe, and look great. Your team gets the styles they like, you convey the image you want. And Cintas service includes weekly laundry and delivery. To learn more, visit Cintas.com. And get ready for the workday.
Yes, we do have availability, so Dave, for how many guests?
Andrea's Boutique Hotel is the destination. Tie the knot.
Oh, you want the whole property.
She needs an assistant to catch the booking bouquet.
$249 plus. Oh, and 3 dogs.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
K-How News Time, 103. Police say a teenage female was shot and killed by an officer after an armed robbery. A mail carrier was on his route. He was robbed at gunpoint Monday afternoon by 2 teenage females. John Romero with Lakewood Police.
Just a few minutes after that armed robbery, several of our agents approached and contacted one of the suspects at the police station just behind me, Alameda and Owen. The suspect was armed and began firing at our agents. Several agents returned fire, hitting that suspect.
She was taken to the hospital and later died of her injuries. An agent was shot and suffered non-life-threatening injuries. The second suspect was later found in Frederick and taken into custody. State lawmakers are turning to approving Colorado's next budget package. The hearing on bills that are part of the $38 billion plan. Caucuses are also scheduled to meet to propose amendments that will be considered tomorrow. A vote in the Senate is expected on Thursday. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Country's weather sponsored by Indeed.com.
Some major slowdowns into downtown Denver this afternoon. I-25 southbound to Spear Boulevard, left lane closed for police activity. Stop your travel back from I-76. We're not exactly sure what's going on here, but we are seeing 15 minutes of delays driving through the scene into downtown. I-25 northbound, similar slow driving between Alameda and Spear Boulevard. However, speeds are picking up. South of there, Santa Fe northbound at I-25. 531 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies.
How long would drive it?
Tomorrow it's sunny again with a high of 55. The current temperature in Denver, 47 degrees. Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KM.
If April is showering your company with open job positions, check out Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Start for your first job today and get hiring by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
But there's no way that screw, is there a washer on that screw? There's no way that screw can keep that up there. It just is a poor-ass design. Oh, man, my son fucked it up when he was here. I know it. And taking that mic off, you think it's easy?
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Martino Show.
No. I think these are broken, so you don't have to. In other words, you know what I mean by broken? It's you don't have to take them out. I think they're broken.
15 seconds, Tom.
And inflation, and Representative Tony Gonzalez about the border and what needs to be done now on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Well, come running.
Patricia fell off, so we're going to try and get her again here real soon.
Help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. We've been discussing a lot of things today, especially when it comes to the news, and I really am proud of the way my listeners react. We talked about issues with guns. Not gun control versus no control versus getting... Look, it's not a political discussion. It's one of practicality. Is there something that can be done better than we're doing to reduce school shootings, including armed guards at schools or better mental health screening? I don't know how you do that when you go to buy a gun. I don't know. Is there a way? I mean, come on. When I went to buy a gun, this was years ago, I was more screened by the Dumb Friends League for a dog when I rescued a dog years ago. So, I don't know. I mean, what can be done? 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by Renew Home Innovations, where you have beautiful, beautiful showers. I can't even describe them. They're big rectangle showers. You take that old tub out and that old shower that you step into with the curtain or the old doors. They take that all out and put in a beautiful new modern shower, even without doors, with the turnarounds and wall systems that look like stone and no maintenance, American standard. They can put grab bars where you want, soap dishes, benches, whatever you want, custom made in two, maybe 3 days at the outside, and you have 72 months to pay with no interest. 72 months, no interest, and half off labor. 303-904-2000. That's renewhomeinnovations.com. 303-904-2000. So we're going to start highlighting not just, hey, come flip burgers, but jobs, careers on this show. A lot of people, they want to maybe up their game. Maybe they want to get another job, change careers, or start out. We happen to have this company in town. This is one of many I'll be highlighting. This is a national company. They work all over the country. It's called Lumen 8 Transportation Technologies. And they do traffic signaling and lighting and traffic control and traffic information gathering. And it's really cool. I mean, I never thought about it, but there's got to be a company that does this. And these guys maintain more than 5,000 signals around the country. 5,000 signals. So Patricia Salvidio is with the HR department, and they're looking for people that want careers. So listen carefully, and then I'll give you contact information. But we have entry-level jobs, and that, Patricia, let me get this straight. The entry-level jobs are for people like maintenance crews that you train?
Absolutely. These entry positions are for those who want to learn a new career and build on their career and have goals. So, yes, we train them from beginning to end, and from there they have the opportunity to grow from within the company into different skill levels.
Good.
So, yes.
Now, let's talk about the entry. Benefits and is it hourly or salaried, or how does it work?
So what we're looking for right now when it comes to the entry position are those that are team players, are open-minded, they understand that it's work and they're goals-orientated. And we have full benefits. It's an hourly compensation. I believe that we start at $18 an hour and benefits after 90 days. So the opportunity is enormous for those that want to come join us at an entry-level position.
Okay, now, and you train from the bottom up. You train everything they need to know. So
everything and more.
Okay, and then what would be up from the maintenance techs? What else would there be? Like, do you have IT professionals?
Absolutely. We have IMSA professionals that are licensed that will train them and put them through the schooling, which is done in-house at my corporate office.
And what kind of schooling is that?
It's an international municipal signal association that they get licensed, and with the opportunity to go anywhere nationwide.
And do they work? Let's talk about like IT people. Do you have people for coding and for IT as well?
IT, that's different. Coding is different. So the technicians that we train are traffic signals.
Okay.
So those that, let's just hypothetically say the light that you're stopped at.
Right.
So these are they're people that work my traffic signals, my maintenance, that work the cabinet boxes, that are powerhouses and fiber, cable, trenching, digging. So the training is lucrative.
Wow. And you guys provide all training while they're being paid?
Yes. The entry level, we provide all training while they're being paid, with the opportunity for them to build a career and be able to take this career anywhere nationwide.
Okay, so outline some of the other positions then. You said technology-wise. So give me an example of different jobs available.
So we have the crew members, we have the traffic signal technicians, we have the superintendents, we have the foreman, but with those added skill levels, the credentials change. So let's say if they want a foreman position, they need to come in with the credentials that we're looking for with the certification, but they're coming into more responsibility. They have the opportunity to advance, to go to different states. I'm currently in Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina, so the opportunity is enormous. The biggest thing I really want to do is be able to give them the contact information, let them go directly to the website, and my number. They could call me directly or contact my HR department as well.
That would be great. So the website is easy. The website is Lumin, Lumin, the number 8.com. Lumin8.com. That's Lumin 8.com. And then what phone number do you want to give?
Let's give them my direct number. My direct number is 720-618-8751.
Okay, I'll give that out again.
720-618-8751. That's my direct number.
If they have any questions, but if they go to the website, they can find out a lot about the company. About how many positions are open right now?
I would say like 4 positions open. I mean 17 to 25 entry-level groundsmen.
Wow.
Crew members. Oh, yes. And then we have other positions that the credentials slightly change. But if they go to my career site, my website, they'll be able to read everything about the positions, what the job descriptions are, what the opportunities are, and really be able to educate themselves on who we are.
All right, so if they go to Lumin 8, the number 8, Lumin8.com, go over to careers, and there's some drop downs on apprenticeships, job opportunities, and careers. And you can search for it all right there on the website. And then you can call directly at 720-618-8751. How many employees nationwide do you guys have?
We're currently boasting 350 employees right now and growing. We're always looking to acquisition in other states, so it's a great company that's growing.
All right. Thank you very much, Patricia, with Lumin 8. That's Lumin, Lumin8.com. Look for careers along the top menu or call 720-618-8751.
No one does kitchen.
Perfect. Thanks, Patricia. Really appreciate your time.
I think it would. I just thought it would be cool to get.
Okay, you too.
Now
Bye.
This thing, I'm just so fucking never mind. I know, but the screw's wide enough to bring it up to that thing. Okay, fine. Shut up. I wanted to put, though, see, he moved it the wrong way. That's what happened. Bonnie, who's down here doing bullshit. I gotta tighten it, though, and I gotta do it, like, before tomorrow.
Dr. Opperman now takes referrals from Kaiser for your vision. Having a voice problem or any other ENT issue, ask your primary care doctor to refer you to where you will get the best care. Learn more at ColoradoVoiceClinic.com. I'm Mark.
No, he moved it like this without moving it the right way. First of all, nothing should be left alone. Just leave it alone.
Powered Sucky will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And at Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like John, quote, after walking around my whole life with a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navage. I read the directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much fun, but oh, sweet, merciful air finally.
Oh, he's not on right now.
Who's the...
What do you want to email? It's going to be, can I give you a hint? Go on YouTube, find it, and just download it. No, but you want audio. That's what you want. Well, yeah, if you just download the audio, that's what I do. No, I know. Video's bad on YouTube. Well, I don't know why it is, by the way. I don't know why we upload at that. I don't know why. I could have recorded here, too. We have good internet. I don't know why. It is not. I noticed it.
Get help from Plumline Services. Just $93 or free. It's a plum crazy deal. They can't clear your drains for just $93. The call is free, but you also get a complete diagnostic report, or just call for a free second opinion on any drain estimate from the people with faith and ethics, putting honesty first. Service at home, servants at heart. PlumlineServices.com. That's PlumlineServices.com. Do bank closures, inflation rate hikes, and the roller coaster of the market frighten you as much as it does me? You need to call Oxford Gold. Securing your IRA or 401k.
I don't know. It's all recording. So, if we're going to throw that food out, I'm going to put it all in a bag and take it outside so it doesn't sit in here. Well, I mean, you don't have to. I just want to take it out to the camp out there. This house, because I don't live here regularly. It's like, no, it just smells linger. Bonnie ate down here when I doing some recording. The next day I came, it was like unbearable. I just lingered here. I don't have any way to get it out. I mean, most houses. No, they cleaned it up. It's just unreal. But they had some stinky ass shit. So what I want to do with this thing, when you take this mic out, all the washers come out. If you don't know exactly how they go back. Is that an Allen head in there? It's an Allen head. Good. Okay, I gotta go get an Allen head out of my garage. Is it an Allen? You're sure it's Allen? Okay, it is. It's not a Phillips. Okay, so maybe I can just do that because there's enough room in there, you think? So do me a favor. Go get my Allen wrenches. They're in my
This report is sponsored by InvisibleSense.com.
in my hangar. Oh, the helicopter's running great. God damn it. It's so screaming. Now we can do some serious work. I've been flying a few times already.
Over the last 50 years,
It's really
Invisible
good.
Face Spray has protected over 3 million pets. Your certified training leads to a 99% success rate, and they even offer a 1-year money-back guarantee. Not only is your pet secure,
Oh no,
but
it
your
was
investment.
cost
All right, 15 seconds, Tom.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. If you have any problems, questions, complaints, give us a call. And I was surprised to read this stuff about guns. And again, I'm not railing against guns or for guns or anything about guns. I'm just talking about what's going on and if this is the best we can do. Do we throw our hands up and say, the hell with it? Okay, I think more protection is warranted in certain circumstances and more of a police presence and all of that stuff. And, you know, people say, well, if everyone could bear arms, around schools or teachers and all that, it'll make it better. I have this one site, and it's obviously biased. The site is called Connecticut Against Gun Violence, based on the Sandy Hook thing. And Connecticut has passed some of the most stringent firearms laws and claim that it has helped reduce violent crime and death in Connecticut. But the stats they give, they do back up. And I just want to read some of them. And again, I'm not railing for or against anything. I would like you to call in with your thoughts. We did this last hour, and it was quite sane. We're not getting all crazy and political. And what we're saying is this the best we can do with our gun laws? And can we do better guarding schools, limiting access to all schools, like we do with airports? Can we have procedures that just are warranted nowadays? In a free society, we have a lot of risk. How do we limit some of that? Is there a way to flag people who should not own guns? Or what about assault weapons? One guy said, Tom, there is no such thing as an assault weapon. Well, everywhere I look, assault weapons are defined. Everywhere I look on the internet. But specifically, what the government wants to do away with are all, listen to this, this is how they describe them. And it's not cosmetic. This guy kept saying it was cosmetic. The government, the federal government wants, the lobby who's fighting this, not everyone in the federal government, but the lobby fighting for this say they want all semi-automatic rifles that accept detachable magazines. Okay? Detachable magazines that have telescopes and scopes, and they have detachable stocks, and they have a grenade launcher or rocket launcher as well. They also want anything with a threaded barrel where you can change barrels. They want a barrel shroud capacity to accept detachable magazines outside of the pistol grip. Now, I'm just reading this as I go. I don't know what any of this means. So they want all semi-automatic rifles and handguns with a magazine of more than 10 rounds banned. And they even say they want all semi-automatic shotguns that have folding, telescoping, or detachable stock, pistol grip, fixed magazine with more than 5 rounds. And they want all ammunition feeding devices, which are strips or drums, capable of more than 10 rounds outlawed. And 157 specifically named firearms were named that fall under this classification. And they literally name them in this proposal. And here's where they make some exceptions. Any weapon lawfully possessed on the date of the bill's enactment, you could keep. Any firearm manually operated by a bolt, pump, lever, or slide action, or any assault weapons used by the military, law enforcement, and retired law enforcement. I don't know exactly what that means. And any antique weapons. And it says the legislation will protect hunting and sporting firearms and excludes more than 2,200 hunting and sporting rifles, shotguns, and handguns. Anyway, that's what this site says. And this is proposed by Dianne Feinstein of California. Say what you want, but I mean, I'm just reading it. Now, as far as gun violence, they say, and this is where I believe it's misleading, 40,000 people died in a year of gun violence in the U.S., and they picked 2018 as a year. This was back when this was gathered. But listen to this. 61% of those, suicide. So that is a little misleading because 40,000 gun violence, 61. Could you argue that suicide could be stopped if you did that? They say that 66% of the people in America want some kind of stricter gun control. And this is one that I wanted to try to get Leland Conway on about. Maybe he'll address it. But
I've got him. He's on.
Oh, he is. Where is he?
Yeah, he's here.
Well, I didn't know that.
I'm right here, man.
Leland, man, I'm sorry. I wish they would have told me. Listen, Leland, here's a stat I don't understand. And again,
Okay.
you can get I like when you get fired up about this. I'm not knowledgeable enough to get fired up. But they said this, that it's wrong to assume that concealed firearms protect people. And here's what they said. They said that states with weak concealed carry permits, the ones where more people carry, basically, higher rates of violence, loosening a restriction on carrying concealed weapons in public increases violence by 15%. Now, where did they get this stat from?
I don't even.
It says
who's they?
Okay, Connecticut against gun violence, CT against, it's CAGV. I want you to look at it, cagv.org. I looked at it since Sandy Hook. This came about, and it said the epidemiology of self-defense gun use, evidence from the National Crime Victimization Surveys, October 2015. They put a link in there, and they say that they have tracked states with concealed carry, and the more concealed carry permits they have, the higher the gun crime. I don't even understand how they can even figure that. But they don't. Here's what they don't say: that it was that the increase in the crime that they say is not from concealed weapon owners. They admit that. So it's kind of Isn't that stupid? They're saying that and here's what I surmise: that states with higher concealed carry permits have higher crime. That's why they have that's why they're carrying weapons.
Right. More people protect themselves.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking, because they're not saying that it's the people with concealed carry causing the violence, just that when you have concealed carries, it's accompanied by increase in crime. I don't like the way people manipulate stats. But didn't you tell me something about one? You said, Tom, how many shootings do you believe, mass shootings, happen with concealed carry permit owners?
So there was a statistic, and I'm doing this from memory, Tom, so it's not going to be 100% exact, but there was a statistic that came out a couple of months ago, and it was that they took, I think it was since 2017, they took some 284 shooting events. I'll call them that because the definition of mass shooting, like these numbers that are being thrown around here, are complete bunk, right? Like the definition of mass shooting, I think they're using the FBI definition, which is 4 or more people. They're including in that, though, domestic violence situations where somebody is attacking their own family, as well as gang fight situations where you have specific targets. And they're not separating those out from what happened in Nashville, where you have a person who just decides to basically randomly shoot down people in that fashion, right? So they've lumped them all together. But out of the violent events, about 280 some odd of them, the vast majority of them occurred inside of a quote-unquote no-gun zone or a gun-free zone. But of the ones that occurred inside a non-gun-free zone, meaning people could carry there, where there was an armed citizen, over 50% of them lives were saved by an intervening good guy with a gun. Here's another statistic for you, though, and they don't have a specific number on this because not all of them are reported, but they have been able to take a look at numbers, extrapolate from those numbers, and determine that somewhere between, and this is a broad range, so this is why it's not specific, but somewhere between 500,000 and 2 million times a year in the United States, there is a defensive use of a gun. So let's look at these numbers that you threw up a while ago when you mentioned, what did you say? I think 41,000 gun deaths, right? And you were right to point out that 66% of those are suicides. Here's another thing they don't ever tell you. Of those 66% that are suicides, if we took the gun away, how many of those suicides would still commit suicide using another means? The vast majority. So you're not saving lives even if you take them away from the people who want to commit suicide. But if we take that 61% out, I'm not really good at math, but let's bring that number down to around 10,000, 15,000 gun deaths a year. So now let's compare that to the defensive gun uses. We have 10,000 to 15,000 gun deaths per year, meaning someone was killed with a gun as the tool, versus 500,000 to 2 million defensive gun uses per year. Now, we have no idea of knowing how many of those defensive gun uses, in the absence of a defensive gun use, would have been a death. But we can assume that it's probably much higher than the 14 or 15,000 that might be left over after suicides are taken out from gun deaths. Hopefully you follow me on this.
No, I understand.
Far more lives are saved by guns than are taken by them.
Yeah, but here's the bottom line, though. And I want to ask you something, Leland, because I don't get to do this on your show, and I don't get to do this on my show even. Do you think we're okay the way we are right now, though, with the way with these shootings going on at schools? I mean, do you think anything can be done to help?
I think there's 3 things that have to happen, and I mentioned this on my show yesterday, because if you don't mind, I'll say this and make a point. Imagine the evil it takes for a person to walk up and blatantly shoot and kill a 9-year-old child, okay? Imagine the evil that takes. Now imagine the stupidity of a politician who thinks what caused that evil is the gun and not something much more sinister in our society. So 3 things need to happen, and they need to happen in this order. Number 1, we got to harden schools, because the situation we're dealing with is we have more crazy people in our society. That's the bottom line. So the first thing we have to do is harden the schools. That means we need somebody there. This is the second thing. Someone in the school needs to be armed, and someone in the school needs to be armed that no one knows is armed except maybe authorities. That's number 2. And then number 3, we have to deal with the sinister thing that's driving people to do what this person did in Nashville. And I hate to make it so basic, because everybody says, well, aren't there some gun laws that we could pass, or is there such a thing as common sense gun law or whatever? In my opinion, we already have all of the common sense gun laws that are necessary. The question is, how are we going to stop evil, right? Evil in the absence of an AR-15 style rifle or something like that, evil will find another way. Why? Because evil is one of the most creative forces in the universe.
I know we say that. I know we say that, Leland, that it will, and I don't know if it would or not. I'm saying that going and getting a gun and killing people is relatively easy compared to other means, don't you think?
You could argue that a firearm is a more efficient, how should we say, efficient way of killing people. It's also the most efficient way of defending yourself.
Do you think there is a way to flag buyers? I got to take this break, but I'd like you to weigh in on that. Can we flag buyers? Is there a way? What about answering questions or interview, or is there any kind of infringement at all on or slowdown on buying a gun that anyone would be acceptable with? More on that coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt.
Busy driving around the downtown area for the 1 o'clock hour. Just west of downtown, 6th Avenue westbound at Lowell Boulevard and Perry Street. We've got a crash in the right lane with stop-and-go traffic back from Federal Boulevard. East into downtown, I-25 northbound still showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between Alameda and Colfax. Southbound I-25 recovering from some police activity that has been all cleared up at Spear Boulevard. Still seeing slow traffic between I-70 and Colfax.
Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies out there today with a high of 51 degrees this afternoon, overnight low of 23. Tomorrow, sunny again, even warmer with a high of 55. The current temperature in Denver is 48 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
For your guarantee.
Tom, you're coming up next. 10 seconds away.
Gotcha,
Tax
okay.
prep.
I got
Switch to Jackson Hewitt. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Oh, I love when Zero Res has a special. $33 a room, unlimited rooms. Tell them Martino told you to call or use promo code 33. Zero Res is a very soft, powerful water that gets things cleaned, and in fact is patented, and it gets them clean without any kind of soaps or emulsifiers or dangerous chemicals. The only system I use in my home, because carpets get clean faster, stay clean longer, dry faster, no dirt attracting residue. They feel great, safe for pets and safe for kids. ZeroResDenver.com, can't say enough about them. And you get $33 a room, unlimited rooms. That is a screaming deal from ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150, 303-471-5150. I'll tell you another screaming deal, Euro Plumbing Colorado. Man, when it comes to water heaters, you don't do better than this. I mean, you can, just go out and see, all right? You'll know I'm telling the truth here. Euro Plumbing will replace your 40-gallon water tank, pull out the old one, haul it away, replace the new one, new water lines, new gas flex line. For what? For $12.99. $12.99. Now, if you want a 50 gallons, $13.99. You don't do better than that. We're talking about A.O. Smith or Rheem, 6-year warranties, plus a great company to work with. That's EuroPlumbingColorado.net. What a deal. 303-668-6844.
Start with Cass and then let me know what you find out.
I don't know.
I would like to.
Okay. People do make the argument that without guns, they'll find another way to kill.
She should be. Yeah. Yeah, she was slacking me earlier. All right, cool. I have actually, I don't talk about it on the air, but I actually work for Delta Defense and manage the U.S. Concealed Carry Association.
Oh, really?
So I'm the district manager for the Rocky Mountain region, so it's Colorado, Montana, and Wyoming are my territories. I've got 6 people that work for me throughout the territory. So.
Huh.
Will they eventually get a gun or look
Actually, a friend of mine just got his concealed carry
I don't see
about a month ago.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was pretty excited.
I think everybody should get it. What my organization does, this is why I'm so passionate about the training, is we provide training and education for people that want to be able to defend themselves, and it's real life training. It's the kind of training that prepares you for an actual attack versus just standing at the range and shooting at a target. I went to the range yesterday and I shot 50 rounds, and they were all in that size from various different distances, but I wasn't stressed. I wasn't nervous. I didn't have somebody trying to kill me or my family, so in that type of situation, I always tell people, I'm like, there's a really good chance before you even know you're attacked, you're on your butt.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you?
Right. And when everyday people, I call it the John Wick syndrome. We think we're going to buy a gun, put it in the nightstand, and that makes us safer.
What's your name?
Wake up and take on the entire Russian mafia successfully at 3 o'clock in the morning. Not going to happen. If you don't train how to fight with that weapon, it could get taken away from you and used against you.
Okay, Sean. And what did you want to talk to Tom about?
But I advocate the presence of guns, and mainly with concealed carry permit owners, they typically have had some level of training. So they've been required to at least think about ahead of time what could potentially happen, which gives them a better edge in reacting the right way, and therefore that sort of threat deterrence process. When this shooter yesterday cased 2 different schools, and one had security, so she's like, I'll go to the one that doesn't.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So again, it's the criminal, whether they be the mass shooter or the gangbanger or just somebody that wants to rob somebody, the criminal always wants the easiest path.
Of course.
To whatever it is they're looking for. And anything that says it's going to be harder to break into this home or it's going to be harder to take this person's stuff. And one of the things we train is threat de-escalation and threat avoidance before you ever get to the fight, right? if I can de-escalate your anger over this parking spot, that's a better outcome than having to shoot you in self-defense, right?
Okay, hang on
You know,
for me.
and so that's how
we'll
we
get you
teach
on with
is
Tom
like,
as
let's
soon as
first
possible, okay?
avoid.
Hang on.
Let's spot somebody that's doing something weird. Let's notice that person that's coming in.
All right, 15 seconds, guys.
But it is what it is.
But finally getting those old drafty windows and doors done right. Call us for details on our spectacular financing specials. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com to set up your rock-solid quote.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Sean, I want to take your call, but I want to get Leland so he can get ready for his show. I want to just take his last comment. Leland, I don't profess to have answers, and I don't know what to do about it. Is there a way to red flag people so they can't get a gun?
So my opinion is if you can pass a background check, you should be able to purchase a firearm. I'm an absolutist when it comes to the Second Amendment, same as I am when it comes to the First Amendment, and that means that I've come to grips with the fact that freedom comes with risk. And in a society where we are going to be free, we have to figure out how we are going to mitigate that risk. And what we know is that on a nationwide basis, where there is a threat deterrence, which means armed and trained responsible citizens, there is less likely to be crime. And so that's the pathway that I choose because I want to protect people's individual rights to not be assumed to be guilty of a crime before they commit one. Is there risk with that? 100% there's risk with that. We have systems in place. When you go in to get a background check, if you've ever been mentally adjudicated, mentally ill, that's going to pop up and you can't buy a gun. If you want to talk about what we could do is perhaps we could actually enforce those laws and those rules and those things that we have on the books that don't appear to be. Because back 40 or 30 or 40 years ago, they became taboo to actually commit people to a mental institution. So now they're walking around on the street and we may not know what their history might be. So if you want that system to be revived where we're actually investing in people's mental health, that would be one area that I would want to put the focus. How do we invest in our society's mental health? How do we invest in that from an early point, from an early standpoint, from when people are younger, from when they're in school, from when they become adults? How do we invest in that mental health? That's the best way to mitigate it because I want to protect people's rights at the end of the day.
What are you talking about coming up in 1520 here?
We've got some information on the shooting yesterday, so we'll dive into that. I have a couple of guests. My friend Scott Jennings from CNN will be on, and also Betsy Brantner-Smith. She works spokesperson for National Police Association is going to talk about securing schools.
Now, I said one time that, I don't know of any really women that did mass shootings. There might be some, but they're so rare. I don't know of any. Of school shootings.
There's been one or two. The San Bernardino shooting was a couple.
Okay.
So it was.
So I didn't know this, but in any case, what I said was this was a crazy thought, but it's the God's honest truth. When I heard, well, it was a woman, but she was born a man, I then thought to myself, that makes sense because
I think it's the opposite of that.
Oh, it was.
I think she was born a woman and had listed themselves as transgender person and was recently using
I thought
her.
She was born. I don't even know actually.
Yeah,
that's how unimportant it is to me. But I thought, it just seemed unusual that a woman, and that's too bad too. That's a statement about men and males. But then I actually got someone, I don't want to get into it, that got pissed off at me for saying that, for not thinking that women are just as violent as men.
Well, I think ultimately, typically, if you look at the statistics, the typical mass shooter has been a male between the ages of 20 and 30. Maybe you could take that down to 15 and 30. Typical of the sort of stereotypical mass shooting. What it tells me in the sense that there are a growing pool of people who may be willing to commit these acts is that we have more people with mental health issues that we're not addressing.
It's not
as
a happy
society.
thing. Okay,
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Leland Conway coming up at 2. And Sean, what's going on with your job? What's happening, Sean? How can we help you, man?
Hi, hey, Tom. Well, it's a foreman job. I left 3 weeks ago because of a narcissistic manager. And
did you know there's no law against narcissism? Otherwise, Trump would be in jail already. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. I shouldn't joke like that. Go ahead.
So anyway, I had a friend, a coworker who worked beside me the whole time, and I just wanted to call him and let him be aware of what's going on and what's been said about him. One of the managers, my second day on the job, he told me to watch out for this guy because this guy might be a little jealous. So I found that kind of weird. I never mentioned anything to him. He also said that this guy is not very bright, little things like that, just insulting comments left to right. So, I just called him. He was on the job. And I called his cell phone, and I told him, hey, just be careful. This guy,
Yeah, and what happened?
Saying these little things. I found out through the grapevine that he was recording me.
Wait.
And I'm like, what?
A friend that you tried to warn? Hold on a second. I'll come right back to you. I got to take this. I'm Tom Martino. Hold on.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by GetRefunds.com.
Busy driving around the downtown area for the 1 o'clock hour just west of downtown, 6th Avenue westbound at Lowell Boulevard and Perry Street. We've got a crash in the right lane with stop-and-go traffic back from Federal Boulevard. East into downtown, I-25 northbound still showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between Alameda and Colfax. Southbound I-25 recovering from some police activity that has been all cleared up at Spear Boulevard. Still seeing slow traffic between I-70 and Colfax. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies out there today with a high of 51 degrees this afternoon, overnight low of 23. Tomorrow, sunny again, even warmer with a high of 55. The current temperature in Denver is 48 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
It's about time small businesses like yours.
It is made in the shade. You are correct.
Thanks.
.com can
And you're up in 10.
for ERC assistance in less than 8 minutes and may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started. That's GetRefunds.com.
We have people who try to do window coverings on their own. First and foremost, the hardest part of window coverings, installing is pretty hard, but one of the most difficult and most important parts is the measuring. And then what do you buy? And then what do you install? We've had so many people that tried to do it themselves and ended up spending more money. That's why I always recommend Made in the Shade. Made in the Shade is a family-owned and operated business where they have a design consultant for colors that'll help you pick the right stuff for your house, for your rooms, and then help you order it. And they measure free of charge with an estimate, even if you don't buy from them. But I suggest you do. They have all the major brand names, and they have in-house installers, and they guarantee everything, along, of course, with the product guarantees from manufacturers. Look for them at referralist.com. Made in the Shade. They even have temporary shades and blinds for if you need them and waiting for yours to come in. 720-458-6566. 720-458-6566. If you're...
All right, hang on.
So what does that
He'll
mean?
be with you as soon as he can, okay?
It was a woman. Maybe it's the testosterone. I don't know. He was a guy? But what does that mean? I often wonder. What is a transgender male someone who was female and turned into a male, or is a transgender female? I don't understand it. Oh, really? So this guy said he was being recorded. Okay. The recording is one thing, playing it back is another, and how you record it's another. You can't wirelessly record. Technically, that was a catch that we couldn't wirelessly because the laws were antiquated. So at the time, they might have changed it, but at the time you could not. And I'm surprised this isn't one consent statement. I really am where the state is. I know it is. I used to record people all the time. For TV and radio. For my Did you tell Jack that we might be able to get him on tomorrow if we don't get to him? It's all right. I'm obsessed with this piece of shit. Huh? A form. It is.
$15 there, Tom.
But never woke. It's Michael Brown, mornings 6 to 10.
This is the insanity of the left.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Online at KHOW.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, right back to Sean. Okay, Sean. If you're upset about being recorded, by the way, in Colorado that's legal if one person knows they're it's being recorded.
Yeah, I figured that, yeah.
Then what did he do about it once he recorded you?
Well, I'm not sure. That's why I'm calling. I mean,
did you get fired? Did you get fired?
I'm sorry?
Did you get fired?
No, I quit because that's another story.
Okay, but hold on. This guy that recorded you, okay, why did he record you? Did he tell you he recorded you?
I have no idea.
Well, how do you know he recorded you?
Was right when he... Well, I still have some good friends, I hope, on the job, and they were right there. And,
okay, and he recorded you. Well, there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah. And if you were calling and sincerely just telling him to watch out for this guy, what could happen? You're not even there anymore. Nothing could happen.
Well, I'm worried about, everything.
What are you worried? Tell me exactly what you're worried about.
Well, my voice is out there, and,
What are you worried about, though, specifically? Not that your voice is there. What are you worried about? That one supervisor is going to sue you?
Yes, but my thing is, everything I said on that recording was the truth. So that's what I want.
Okay, a truth is always the defense, but let me explain something. If you warn someone and it was your opinion that he should watch out for someone, there's nothing actionable there. And then the person who sues would have to show they were damaged by it. I think you're over-worrying, Sean. I hate to simplify it that way, but you're over-worrying about it. Jack, what is your question? I want to try to squeeze you in here. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I was in a car accident. I hired an attorney, and I got bills coming in, and they told me to get put on a payment plan, and I'll have to pay them out of my settlement.
Pay who out of your settlement? Pay who?
The doctor bills.
Well, your attorney didn't negotiate for medical bills. First of all, did you have med pay?
I do not know.
Okay, Jack, you were in an accident. And you did. And why did you have an attorney? Were you suing someone?
It was a drunk driver.
Okay. And your attorney negotiated a settlement. How much are you going to get?
Not yet. We're still in the beginning.
Okay,
process.
then you have to make part of your negotiations for medical bills.
Okay.
Okay.
I wasn't
Now,
sure if
certain medical bills you don't have to reimburse. Who's asking for reimbursement?
Well, right now all the bills are just coming to me and
Yeah,
my
but
attorney
who
told me
is
to
billing
call
you? Who is billing you?
The emergency department.
Okay, so you went to the emergency room and they want to collect, as well they should. Do you have health insurance?
I do.
Okay, health insurance pays, so does MedPay. Did you personally on your car have MedPay?
I do not.
Okay, who's your insurance?
Progressive.
They should have offered you MedPay. That sucks. So listen, what you need to do is have those negotiated as part of your damages. I'd like to get you back on tomorrow with John Fuller just to give a second look at what's going on with you. So Kachina Kalori, try to work that out where he can come back on tomorrow. Excel Roofing was here, of course, and I always love giving them a plug because they're great people. Excel as an excellent, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400, and they do it all, including repairs.
All right, Tom, you're clear.
See you, bro.
And stay connected with all of us at 6:30.